Hello and welcome to the live stream. We are discussing Candace Owens today and how she knows all this top secret information about the French president and his wife. And then for the people that come in and then they say, oh, well, the journalist, it was from the journalists, the media, the French media. Well, how did they know? Who gave it to the French media? So people are going to say, oh, Candace Owens got it from the French media. Well, who leaked the secrets to them? Someone must have leaked the secrets somewhere. Secrets don't just fall into the media's lap. It's not like journalists just open up a book and find all the secrets. Like, secrets about people don't just fall into the media's lap. So, how did they find out these secrets about the French president's wife? Was it maybe the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency? Oh, the CIA? Finding out secrets about presidents and then blackmailing them with it? Oh, they've never done that before. So once the room gets busy, once we get people in here in about 5 minutes, when the room's full, I have a feeling this live stream's going to be full tonight. Then we were going to have a good discussion about this. Hello, welcome to the live stream. Let's go to the comments. Let's see. Jim came in and Jim said, Candace Owens has eyes and a brain to reason with. She's only pointing out the obvious. The evidence that supports her position doesn't hurt either, but it's unnecessarily, really. All right, I'm going to pin your comment, Jim. Thanks you for your comment. I'm going to pin the message. Unless I find a message I like better, which I might. Oh, some guy came, OBN came in and said, first he said he wants to report me. Interesting. But he also said, maybe you don't know, but payment happens after a suit. Like a lawsuit? Are you suggesting that this whole lawsuit between Candace Owens and the French president is like some money laundering scheme, money loitering scheme, or whatever they call it, pyramid scheme? Is that what you're suggesting with that comment? Like I'm broke, I have no money, so I don't even know what those how they do those money laundering schemes. I just know that if they're gonna do lawsuits, I guess a lawsuit is a way that they exchange money, right? Is the French president, are they suing for money? Is that what they're suing for? Like, is the French, how much money are they suing Candace Owens for? Are they suing her for money? Like a lot of money, what I mean? Or is it just for the principle that they're suing based on? I think there should be more lawsuits where people just sue for the principle. Anyways, so what I really wanted to talk about was Canada has been completely taken over by communist China. There's no freedom of speech, there's no human rights. They'll put even journalists in Canadian prison. And not only are they not given fair trials, but they're not even given trials at all. They'll put people in prison for years, and the person will be in the prison cell begging for months. Give me a trial, give me a trial, and then the Canadian will just be in there for months begging, give me a trial. They won't even give them a trial. Like Canada has become full force communist China. Of course, they'll give Chinese people a trial because Chinese people are supreme, right? So Chinese Canadians, God forbid that you take a Chinese Canadian's free speech away, but they'll take a non-Chinese Canadian's free speech away. Heck, even there's black Canadians in prison, Mexican, Latino Canadians in prison. It's Chinese supremacy in Canada. So of course the Chinese people, they have freedom of speech, and you can never insult them or tell jokes about them or tell even the truth about them. And if you do, they'll throw you in prison without a trial. They'll just throw you in prison. And half of the prison guards are Chinese. Literally half of the prison guards are Chinese. You go to a Canadian prison, half of the guards are Chinese. So you're not trying, anyone tries to tell me, oh, China didn't take over Canada. Half the judges are Chinese as well. And actually, the ones who aren't Chinese are working for China. So all the judges, they're all working for China. They're either Chinese themselves or they're not Chinese, but they're working for China. So the entire Canadian government has been taken over by communist China. The communist Chinese police, they don't care about who's right, who's wrong, who's innocent, who's guilty. They literally just do whatever they want. The communist Chinese police just do whatever they want in Canada. Now, is Candace Owens going to talk about that? Is Candace Owens going to go do a whole YouTube show where she talks about communist China? I doubt it, because no one has the balls to talk about communist China, because people who talk about communist China are censored, they are put in prison, They are attacked. So I challenge Miss Candace Owens to talk about the human rights abuses of communist China. She's going after the French couple, which don't get me wrong. I mean, I do believe Candace Owens. Her evidence is sound. I'm not disagreeing with her, but compared to the human rights abuses that's going on in China and that goes around because of China, what happens to innocent Canadians, even innocent Americans. There's probably states, like, for example, very liberal states like California. There's probably, and I heard a story about California, and I'm not from California. I'm from America, from Canada, not from America. I'm from Canada. I'm not from California. But someone told me, an American told me that apparently in California, like their Chinatowns are not just Chinatowns. Like they took over the land, the Chinese people, and they just do whatever they want. And you can't even walk in there. Like there's certain areas, like like at least in the Canadian Chinatown, you could walk down the street of Chinatown in Canada. Apparently, there's certain parts in the United States that are just completely taken over by the Chinese. You can't even walk. You can't even talk there. You know. So this is the kind of stuff that is going on. And will Candace Owens actually call out communist China on all of their BS? Will she do that? Because if she does that, then yes, I will fully have respect her 100%. I right now I do respect her like 80% because she definitely is calling out evil people. I totally agree with her. Okay, and I'm not the most super religious person. I'm more of a scientist, but I would like to say, thank God, like for Candace Owens, that she's actually calling out these evil people. So I definitely admire Candace Owens for that. But she's got to call out China. Come on, Candace Owens, she got to call out communist China. Like I was looking through her videos, and sure, there's a lot of good videos. She calls out the corruption. But for her to not see one video, I mean, and maybe I just didn't look, I don't have time to look at all her videos, but I looked at a lot of them. So maybe there was a video from years ago where she called out communist China. But I mean, she definitely doesn't, if she did call out communist China, she doesn't do it often. She definitely doesn't do it often, and that I can say for sure because I haven't seen any. Okay, maybe there was one that she did years ago because I haven't had time to go through all her videos yet because she has a lot of videos. But if she did call out communist China, she doesn't do it often, and she should do it much more. Candace Owens needs to call out communist China. All of the evil stuff they do. They have a dog eating festival in communist China. They eat dogs and cats. And I'm a vegetarian, so someone's gonna come at me and say, "Oh, well, no one should be eating any animals." Where I don't eat any animals. I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat dogs. I don't eat cats. I don't eat pigs. I don't eat chickens. I don't eat anything. I don't eat cows. I'm a vegetarian. But especially if you want to talk about culture clash, it's like imagine, right, if someone went to China and like disrespected the Great Wall of China, like imagine if a bunch of guys from the hood, from the ghetto, imagine if a bunch of ghetto guys went to China and did graffiti on the Great Wall of China. What would the Chinese people do? They'd go berserk. That's against their culture, right? It's against the Chinese culture for people from the ghetto to do graffiti on the Great Wall of China, right? Well, it's against our culture for Chinese people to eat dogs and eat cats, right? So why aren't more people making the argument? Yeah, so someone came in. Thank you for your comment. Someone came in. MQV8LM came in and said, you mean like when the wall got a section bulldozed and then did nothing? Are you talking about the Great Wall of China? I don't know. Was the Great Wall of China bulldozed? I don't know if that happened to the Great Wall of China. But my point is that it's against our culture. It totally goes against American and Canadian culture and Australian culture. Although I'm not sure that do they eat dogs in Australia? In Australia, I found out about Australia. Apparently, they eat kangaroos. I mean, if Australians are willing to eat kangaroos, you know. So they probably do eat dogs, and they probably eat everything in Australia actually. So maybe we can't use Australia then. Let's use just Canadian and American culture. It's against our culture. It's totally against our culture for Chinese people to, and they don't even just do it secretly anymore. They even do it openly. So I'll give you an example, and it's not just China. There's other Asian countries too that eat dogs and cats. There was an Uber driver in Canada. I was in his car because I needed to take an Uber, and I was talking with him. He was from Philippines, Filipino. I'm from Philippines, and he's Filipino. And I was having a discussion with him, and I said to him, no, actually, no, what he said to me first, he said to me right off the bat, he said, just so you know, like he was making small talk with me, right? I was really polite. I wasn't really talking much. I just wasn't saying much. I was really shy. I'm very shy being in someone else's car taking an Uber, right? I was very shy. And he could tell I was nervous. So he was asking me questions, trying to make me feel comfortable, right? But I was really nervous. I'm very nervous around Asians. So I just don't say anything. I just been very shy. I'm very polite, very Canadian, very shy, very polite. So I just didn't say anything. I just was in the back of his Uber, just taking my ride. He was trying to get me to open up. He was talking to me. He's like, "Oh, where are you from? What do you do? What career do you have?" Like asking me very personal questions. So I fired back at him and I asked him personal questions too. He asked me personal questions. I asked him personal questions. I said, where are you from? What are you like? Well, I know what he does. He's an Uber driver. But I said, did you go to college for anything? What did you study in college? Right? He turns around. He says he's from Philippines, but a lot of people think he's from China, but he's actually from Philippines. He said that he moved to Canada about 4 or 5 years ago. He's trying to get his permanent citizenship. And then we came up on the topic of China because I said, "Oh, why do people think you're from China? I thought you were from Philippines." I said, honestly, he did actually seem Filipino. I didn't really suspect him to be from China. I was kind of shocked when he said people thought he's from China. He said, "Oh, he said a lot of people they confuse all the Asians, right?" And I said, well, that's good you're not from China. I said, because, a lot of Canadians, we don't like what happened. So there were 4 Canadians that were executed. So China has the death penalty. And Canada abolished the death penalty. So Canada is extremely against the death penalty. That's another thing that goes against Canadian culture, is the death penalty. Canada abolished the death penalty for the fact that there were so many innocent Canadians and Americans and people around the world who were wrongfully convicted and given the death penalty. So Canada abolished the death penalty. But China is famous for the death penalty. In fact, not only does China give the death penalty to a lot of Chinese citizens and probably a lot of innocent ones as well, but China gave the death penalty to Canadians. They were sentenced to death. There were another 4 Canadians just a few months ago. There were several a few years ago, and then there was another one just I think a few months ago. There were Canadians sentenced to death in China. Canadian citizens given the death penalty in China. Now, does China respect Canadian culture? Because everyone knows about Canada, or I mean, they should know that one of the things about Canada is the fact that we abolished the death penalty. We had debates about it for many years. We were still in high school. We had a debate class, and that was one of their debate topics was the death penalty and why it should be abolished. And it was abolished in Canada, but especially we're trying to get it abolished in America too. Now, I'm not defending the death penalty for actual people who are actually guilty of actual heinous crimes. The reason the Canadians abolished the death penalty was because of the innocent people that were being wrongfully convicted, and the innocent people who were given the death penalty. So, I was talking with this Filipino guy in the Uber driver. He was the Uber driver. And I said, I mean, Canada's against the death penalty. Canada's for freedom of speech. Communist China is not for freedom of speech. Um, and then I said to him, and I said, oh, and I said in communist China, I said, by the way, they have that dog eating festival. And then you know what the Filipino Uber driver said? You know what he said? The Filipino Uber driver, he said, oh, he said, he likes dogs. But when he said he likes dogs, I can't even repeat it because it makes me sick what he said. But he basically said he likes to, right. So he even said he tried one. The Filipino Uber driver, actually, he said he tried many. So like I can't repeat the story verbatim because it makes me sick. Like I can't even repeat exactly what he said because it makes me sick what he said. So I can't repeat exactly what he said. But basically, he admitted that he does what they do in communist China with regards to dogs and cats. Why is this Filipino in Canada? If you're gonna go to another country and you know that Canadians are dog lovers, or at least Canada used to be dog lovers, why would you not only go to that country, but then be so open about what you do? Like that's so disrespectful. Like, and it's gross and it's so wrong. It's like if I went to Germany, right? Let's say I went to Germany where they have Oktoberfest and I like poured the beer down the drain and I said, "Oh, you Germans are alcoholics." Poured the beer down the drain, uh, threw away the sausages on Oktoberfest. How would the Germans feel if I did that? So who are these Filipinos that have the balls? The lady, whatever. Well, because a lot of the Filipinos are also transgender too. What's that about? What's that about with the transgender stuff with the Filipinos? Did you notice that there's a lot of Filipinos that are transgender? Did you notice that? There was a Judge Judy actually case. It was bizarre. No, was it Judge Judy or was it? Pretty sure it was Judge Judy. It was either Judge Judy or the People's Court. It was one of the two. And there was a Judge Judy case with this Filipino transgender guy who went into a woman's change room. He didn't have his pecker cut off, right? He didn't have the surgery to get his pecker removed, so he still had the pecker. And he was in the women's change room and he just let it hang out, his pecker. And a woman in the women's change room in America, in a gym, at a gym in America, a woman in the women's change room saw the Filipino guy's pecker and she ran out screaming out of the change room of the gym. She told the gym security, of course they threw him out. Then, not only that, he had the audacity to sue the gym. Who are these Filipinos? What do they think that they can just take over Canada like that? Or in America, in this case, America? Imagine the audacity. He doesn't respect American culture. He doesn't even respect American female change rooms. He doesn't even respect the door on the sign of the female change room that says women only. Goes into the change room and then on top of it, doesn't even try to conceal his pecker. Because the story might have been different if he just never showed his pecker. If he really was transgender, if he had his pecker removed, and he pretended like a female, walked like a female. See, the only reason why women are threatened by men is when they have the pecker, right? So if a man really desperately wants to be a woman, and he full on believes he's a woman, and he removes his pecker, then he's not really a threat to the woman anymore, is he? Because the man is really only a threat to the woman if he has the pecker. So if he removes the pecker with a surgery, he's not really a threat. Like if the woman sees a vag, if the woman sees a vag, she's not gonna go run out screaming. How would she know it was not a real vag, right? If a woman in a woman's change room sees a woman's vag, how would she know whether it was a real vag or a surgical vag? She wouldn't know. She just would assume it was a real vag, right? So if when he was letting it all hang out, when he was doing that, and if he actually had a vag from surgery, like a surgical vag, the woman would have just saw the vag and thought he's just another woman, like it's just a Filipino woman, and she wouldn't have ran out screaming. But this Filipino guy, and this, like I said, you can look this up. This is it was either Judge Judy or the People's Court. It was one of the judge shows. I'm pretty sure it was Judge Judy. It might have been People's Court, but anyways, it was one of the judge shows. This guy goes into a female change room. This Filipino, he's not even from America, and he has the audacity to just let it all hang out and let a woman see his pecker. And then when she runs out screaming and demands that the gym security throw him out of the gym, he sues the gym. What the audacity the Filipino has. So who are these people that think they can just take over our country? That's so disgusting that these people think they can just do that. But anyways, the Chinese dog eating festival is a bit, I want to get off that topic for a minute. No, Julian Fry, it's the fact that he went into a woman's change room with his pecker out. And this was a Judge Judy episode. It was either Judge Judy or the People's Court. It was one of the judge shows. The point was that this guy who, it's not the fact that he's Filipino. We could have been talking about a Swedish person. We could have been talking about any other ethnicity. Didn't matter that he was Filipino. The point is he's an immigrant who thought that he had the right to go into a woman's change room, and have his pecker out for the women to see. One of the women sees his pecker out and she runs out screaming out of the change room. And then on top of it, after they remove him from the gym because he should have been removed because he's a man going into a woman's change room with his pecker out, walking around with his pecker out, then he has the audacity to sue the gym. That's the point. Like I said, this story would have been totally the story for him, because it didn't happen to me. But I'm saying this, and this is a story. This is a case on Judge Judy or one of the judge. It was either Judge Judy or the People's Court. You could look this up. I'm sure if you just look up Judge Judy Filipino gym whatever, or Judge Judy or People's Court Filipino gym story whatever, it probably will come up, the video. The point was that he had the audacity to go into a woman's change room with his pecker hanging out and think that that's perfectly okay. Like he could just hang around the woman's change room, walk around with his pecker out, have the woman see his pecker, and then when the woman run out screaming because they're in a female change room seeing a guy's pecker and they're running out of the change room screaming, then he has and then when the gym throws him out of the gym, then he has the audacity to sue the gym. That is the point I'm making. Why do these immigrants think they can do that? Why do they think they can break the law, take over the country, change the culture? Do I do that? Should I go to Germany and say, hey, stop doing Oktoberfest? Should I tell the Germans to stop drinking? Like, should I do that? Should I go to Ireland and tell the Irish people to stop drinking? What if I did that? What if I went to Ireland and said, hey, Irish people, it's really unhealthy to drink alcohol and it causes cirrhosis of the liver. And you should stop drinking and try to stop the Irish people from being alcoholics. Imagine if I did that. Imagine if I went to Ireland and I changed their culture. And keep in mind that, taking alcoholics and turning them and making them sober, that's actually a good thing for society. But meanwhile, this guy from Philippines goes into a woman's change room in America in a gym with his pecker out and think that's perfectly okay. And then when they throw him out of the gym, he sues the gym. That's the point. I also brought up Germany. Who is Julian Fry came in? Why did I also brought up Germany? I brought up Ireland. I'm bringing up culture. We're talking about people's culture. I started talking about Canadian culture and American culture, and that they are being disrespectful to Canadian culture and American culture. Because we have the right to have culture in Canada. We have the right to have American culture and Canadian culture. If you go tell an American, oh, you can't put the American flag on your door, you think that's appropriate? You think it would be appropriate to try to take away Americans' culture and tell Americans that they can't celebrate the 4th of July, they can't have a flag on their door? You think it would be appropriate for immigrants to try to change Americans' culture? Well, and then you think it would be appropriate for immigrants to go into a woman's change room, a male immigrant to go into a woman's change room with his pecker just hanging out. And then, of course, the woman gets scared because that change room's supposed to be for women, not for men. And she sees a man with his pecker out walking around in the change room at the gym. And then, of course, she runs out screaming, demands that the gym security remove him, and they do. And then he sues the gym. Then the immigrant sues the gym. Yeah, what the audacity? Like that, what kind of audacity is that? So this is a discussion about the fact that Canadians and Americans, we have the right to have culture too. And they don't have the right to take away our Canadian or our American culture. And which, by the way, I also brought up the fact that in Australia, they eat kangaroos. So I didn't even include Australia into our list here. So I brought up Germany, I talked about Germany, I talked about France, I talked about Australia. So this is like, why are you fixated? Why would Julian come in and be fixated on the Filipino stuff? I mentioned like 20 different cultures. We are discussing different cultures. This culture likes to do this. This culture likes to do that. Canadians like to do this. Canadians have Tim Hortons. Canadians like to drink coffee and eat donuts. Canadians like to make snowmen and have snow festivals with building snow. Canadians like to do this. Americans like to do this. Americans like football. We're having a discussion about different cultures and what they like to do. But you came in and you're fixated on the Filipino culture because you said that half of your family's Filipino. So, does that change the story of what the guy did? Oh, I know a friend that's half German. I know a friend that's I'm not friends with Australians, but I know a person that's Australian. So, how has that changed the facts of the case? See, that's like people who come in and say they're French, and how dare Candace Owens? How dare Candace Owens talk about French people because they're French? Oh well, I'm French and I'm French and what is that? How does that change the facts of the case? That doesn't change anything. If you don't agree with the French president's wife, if you don't agree with Candace Owens, the fact that you're French or you're not French doesn't change the facts of the case. So I don't understand why people are fixated only on protecting certain things. Anyways. You can't go to America and tell Americans they can't celebrate the flag, that they can't put an American flag on their door. So you can't just go and change people's cultures. And then you can't tell people that they can't put up a Christmas tree. I worked in several workplaces in Canada. I worked in these Canadian workplaces. And one of the workplaces, suddenly they told us, oh, you can't put up a Christmas tree no more every year, which we were doing in the workplace. I worked there for 3 years. And we had put up a Christmas tree the last 2 years. So I said, what? We can't. And we were all shocked. This was HR. So the manager was Indian. She was an Indian HR manager. She spoke with an accent. And she did not celebrate Christmas herself. She did not. So, okay. That's good. So you don't celebrate Christmas. We do. We do celebrate Christmas. She was Indian, an Indian HR manager at this new job. She only had been there actually for a year. So the first manager that we had no problem with us putting up a Christmas tree. Like the first 2 years, we had a Christmas tree. Everything was great. We had Secret Santa in the workplace. It was really fun. We played Christmas games. We had a Christmas holiday party. The third year I was working there, we got a new manager that was Indian. And she told people, she was the HR manager. She said, you guys are not allowed to celebrate Christmas no more in the workplace because she's Indian and she doesn't celebrate Christmas. Okay, but we do. So you can't stop us from our culture. You cannot influence or take away our Canadian culture and stop us from putting up a Christmas tree in the workplace. And from all of the demands, like, listen, you know, if a Muslim came into the workplace and said they don't want pork in the fridge, I actually would. Well, also a vegetarian, so of course, because I'm a vegetarian, I would agree with that because I'm a vegetarian. But I probably would be more accommodating with that. You know, I would be. But you can't put up a Christmas tree, really? Who did what bothers you so much about Christmas? Is Christmas so offensive to you that you have to just remove it? So you don't have to celebrate Christmas, but it's Christmas. What did Christmas ever do to you? I could maybe understand the Muslims not wanting pork in the fridge. I could understand that actually. And hey, I'm a vegetarian. You know, it's good for the animals. It saves the animals. But who are these people that want to tell us you can't celebrate Christmas? What? Oh, and you can't say Merry Christmas. You have to say Happy Holidays. You can't say Merry Christmas. You have to say Happy Holidays. What sick people don't like Christmas? What kind of sick people out there have an issue with Christmas? They have no problem with all these sick horror movies. Did you see those sick horror? Did you see the clips of the Terrifier? That is the most disgusting horror movie I've ever seen. Do you see those horror movies like the Terrifier, Clown, Terrifier? These are sick horror movies. They don't have a problem with that. They're not telling people to take down the horror movies, but then they want people to stop Christmas? Really? What did Christmas ever do to you? These people are sick. She was a sociopath. I left the job. I left to work. I quit. It wasn't the Christmas thing. I didn't quit over the Christmas thing. I quit over something else. But I eventually had enough. I had enough of that workplace and I quit after about 4 years of working there. I gave it my best shot. I tried to be accommodating to this new HR manager, but she was a total sociopath. She also set up a friend of mine who was a telemarketer, but we weren't scammers. We were actually a legit telemarketing business. We were not scammers. We actually had products that we sold. These were legitimate products, and we had repeat customers. We actually had repeat customers. So it's not like these were just one-time customers. Like, no, these were actual customers who came back to us, who would call us over and over. So I can't say exactly what we sold. I can't, because I can't say exactly, but I can just say it was basically like a telemarketing firm, right? And she set up one of my friends, this woman, this HR manager. So we had this one client. The client was very difficult. And the woman said she does not want to work with the client no more because he had been sexually harassing her. So she was very pretty, the woman. She's very pretty. The client apparently had been sexually harassing this woman who was giving her lots of business, but was also expecting other things, right? She told the Indian HR manager that she did not want to work with the guy no more. Give him to someone else. He can still be a client of the place, but just let someone else be the salesperson for him. Right? She didn't want to work with him no more. Give the client to another person. The HR manager, the Indian HR manager, wrote her up for being allegedly insubordinate, which insubordinate means refusing to do the job. She wasn't refusing to do the job. She just didn't want to work with a client who had been sexually harassing her. She wanted him to work with a different person. She just give him to a different salesperson. The Indian HR manager wrote her up and said she was an insubordinate employee. What kind of who the hell who you think you are? You're like you come into this new workplace, you're the HR manager, and you are trying to force a saleswoman who's not comfortable with her client sexually harassing her. You're trying to force a saleswoman to work with this guy. What's wrong with you? And this is exactly what has happened in Canada. They have taken over. They have fully taken over. And I wouldn't be surprised right now if that whole HR firm, not HR firm, that whole telemarketing place, I wouldn't be surprised if it's all Indians working there right now. I wouldn't be surprised. Because she was being offensive to us. She was being abusive to us. She was taking away our culture. She was being offensive to us. This Indian HR manager was being offensive to us. Canada has been fully taken over. These people are not nice. They're not nice to us. How it is it that these people, they expect us to be tolerant towards them, but they're not tolerant towards us. They're abusive towards us. They're nasty towards us. They took over our country. They are liars too. They are abusive. They're liars. One day I was walking home from work because this is now a new job that I had, which I don't have a car because I work part-time. I work part-time and now I currently work part-time too. I've been working part-time for years now because I couldn't get full-time work no more. So I've been working part-time and I couldn't afford to have a car. So I can't afford to have a car. So I either have to take the bus or walk to work. So one day I was walking home from work, walking home. This Indian guy on his bicycle, driving by on his bicycle, whacked me in the head. And of course, because he was on his bicycle, he was flying down the street, like flying. He was going so fast, I could not catch up to him even if I wanted to. All I could see was he was on his bicycle and he was driving past me. And when he did go past me on the bicycle, he whacked me in the head on purpose, on the sidewalk. I was on the sidewalk. People have the right to walk on a sidewalk without a bicycle guy, an Indian guy on the bicycle driving by and then smacking you in the back of the head and then running off and then driving off on the bicycle. He assaulted me. And then you call the Canadian police to report it, and half of the Canadian police are Indians too. And they don't care. They don't take your side. They don't help you. They literally asked me, they said, "Oh, what did he look like?" I said he was Indian. They asked me what he looked like. Hello, sir. What did this guy that whacked you when he was on the bike, what did he look like? I said he was Indian. That's what I said, because he was. I answered their question. Then when they did the police report later on, they said that, oh, the victim purposely made it a point of saying he was Indian. No, I didn't. What a lie. They asked me what he looked like. I said he was Indian. That's like one of the first questions they ask you when you file a police report. What did a person look like? The person who assaulted you, what did they look like? That's what they ask everyone. And they asked me the same question. And I answered. I said, he was Indian. He looked Indian. He was Indian. Okay? And then when I went to go get a copy of the police report later on, the guy in the police report was probably Indian, because there was an Indian name as well. There was an Indian police officer involved in the investigation. They turned around and they said, the victim made it a point of pointing out that he was Indian. No, they asked me. Are these people out of their mind? They asked me what he looked like. I said, the guy who assaulted me when he was on his bicycle and I was walking and he was going by on his bicycle, the guy who assaulted me was Indian. I said, I answered the question. I literally answered the question. They asked me what he looked like. And I'm sure if it was the other way around and someone whacked an Indian guy in the back of the head, they asked the Indian guy, what did they look like? The Indian guy would have been like, white, the white man. He's white, the white man. Did I mention the fact that he was a white man? A white man. But when I'm whacked in the back of the head, which by the way, I mean, I've also been hit before because I'm a homosexual. So it could have also been a hate crime. They could have been not maybe because I was outed. I don't promote it. I don't really talk about it. But sometimes when I'm a victim of it, because people find out eventually that you're homosexual. Like you work in a workplace for a few years, people find out. I don't go to the workplace and I don't announce it and I don't yell it to the rooftops that I'm homosexual. But eventually people find out because I get hit on all the time. Women would come on to me. I would say no. Then they suspect I'm a homosexual. And I said, look, I just want this to be a professional workplace. I just want to go to my work, do my job, and not get hit on by women. Okay? I'm flattered. Thank you. I feel very flattered that you're hitting on me. But I would like to go to my job, get my money, go home. That's it. And do my job. I do not want to have relationships in the workplace. And then the woman thinks suddenly suspects you're gay. So people eventually find out that you're homosexual. I don't go tell people. Okay. So this Indian guy could very well have whacked me in the back of the head because he doesn't like gay people, or he just doesn't like white people in general. It's probably the white people thing. He probably just doesn't like white people because I don't think he knew I was gay. Like when I was walking home, I wear all black. I wear black. I wear black jeans, or I wear black shirt, a black jacket. I wear black. Black. That's the color I wear, is black. I don't dress gay, nothing like that. So I actually didn't think that he actually hit me because I was gay. But I'm just saying that I've been hit before because people. So in this case, actually, I believe he just didn't like white people. And he hit me because I was white. That's what I believe. Because I didn't know this Indian guy. I didn't know him. Maybe I did know him somewhere. Maybe when I went to like a Tim Hortons or something, I don't remember that he served me coffee at Tim Hortons. It's possible. But this, as far as I knew, this Indian guy, I didn't know him from anywhere. So maybe he just didn't like white people going by on his bicycle, whacks me in the back of the head while he's on his bike, and then continues to drive off. And of course, I didn't get a look at his face. I didn't get a good look at his face. I just looked at the back of his head. I just saw him driving away. I just saw him going on his bike, going forward. So I only saw the back of his head when he was driving away. Obviously, he was going fast on his bicycle, so I could not see him. So he got away with whacking me in the back of the head, which hurt, by the way. No, I just said I didn't see his face. I saw his back of the head, and I could see his arms. It was summertime. It was summertime. He was in a shirt. He was in a white shirt and wearing like blue shorts and a white shirt. He was Indian because I could see his arms were Indian. The back of his head was Indian. He was Indian. He looked Indian from the back when he was going forward. Okay? And the police, they asked me, like they ask everyone. They just asked me a question. They said, what did he look like? I said he looked Indian. He looked Indian. He was Indian. And they even ask you, they say, was he white? Was he, like, this is what the police ask you. When you file a police report, the police ask you what they look like. Why aren't people concerned about the fact that he whacked me in the back of the head? Why the victim? Why am I having to defend myself? Again, why are you not outraged at the fact that this guy whacked me in the back of the head? How come me pointing out or even saying or even answering a question, how come me answering the police question and saying, what did he look like? Oh, well, he looked Indian. I just simply answered the police's question. But instead of you being mad about the fact that this guy just assaulted me, you should be upset about that. You're trying to turn it around on me, the victim, and say, oh, why did you point out or say that he's Indian? Because the police asked me. I was answering the police question. They asked me, what did he look like? And this has happened before. I've been assaulted before. And sometimes because of this whole, just accuse everyone of being a racist. Every time there's a criminal, they just accuse everyone of being a racist. So because of that, there were a couple times when the police asked me, what did he look like? And I said, what do you mean? The police asked me, oh, what did he look like? What do you mean? What did he look like? They're like, well, was he white? Was he black? Like the police ask you the race. The police ask the race. The police are the ones who ask you what the race was, what race he was. That's the police. The police are the ones who ask you. And I said, oh, okay, you're asking me, was he white? Was he black? Was he Indian? He was black. I answered the police question. I literally just for answering the question of the police. Because the police, if they don't know what the person looks like, how are they going to find them? Oh, he looked like a man. he looked like a man. Actually, hey, how come no one's be like, oh, why did you mention his gender? Why aren't there women being like, why did you mention the fact he was a man? Imagine imagine now when the police call you. Oh, what did he look like? Oh, what was his gender? Oh, how old was he? You can't give details of what the person looked like, really? Yeah, that was Miss Swan from Mad TV. Yeah. So how is someone who watched Mad TV trying to come at me with this whole, oh, why did you mention he was Indian? Because the police asked me if he was Indian. That's why I was answering the question of the police. I've been assaulted. I've been beat up. I've been spit on. They hit me. Nurses beat the crap out of me. They forced blood work on me. Nurses, when I refused consent at a hospital, they forced blood work on me. I've been assaulted. I've been beaten. I've been attacked. Then they go cover it up. These people, they all cover it up. And then when I tell the story, people come in and be like, why did you mention the... Because I'm telling you who assaulted me. Because the police asked me. The police have no problem. Do you see the police? They have no problem pointing out the race and ethnicities of everyone. Heck, the police are in on it. The police are in on it. That's why when they did nothing about the Indian guy on the bike. They could have pulled footage, I'm sure. They could have gone down the street, up and down the street of where it happened. And even if there was no camera right and directly in front of when the guy hit me in the head, even if there was no camera there, they could have gone up and down the street he was riding his bike on, and they could have found security footage from one of the companies and said, hey, we want to see what this guy on the bike looks like. Or like what, But did they do it? No, they didn't do it. Because the police were probably in on it too. So... people are constantly accusing me of things I never did. It's really offensive. And then the other thing too, people say, oh, do you have HIV? No. Why? You think every gay person has HIV? No. In fact, if you must know, I'm a virgin. I'm a virgin. I'm a mathematics and science nerd. I do science and math. I grew up in a very religious neighborhood. They beat me for being a homosexual. So for this reason, for the fact that I grew up with abusive parents, my parents were abusive to me. They beat me for being a homosexual. They tried to force the religious stuff down my throat, the stupid religious stuff. That's why I became a scientist, mathematician. I love science. I love math. And then they turn around and then they're like, oh, you're homosexual? Do you have HIV? No. You know who probably has HIV? Britney Spears. Did you see half of Britney Spears' music videos? Britney Spears takes it every which way. Britney Spears, I'm a slave for you. Like, did you see the oops, I did it again. I slept with the football team. Like, did you see Britney Spears, honey? Britney Spears probably has HIV. She slept with every guy in America, it seems like. I'm a virgin. But of course, when I went to St. freaking Mary's Hospital, it wasn't actually called St. Mary's. I'm not going to name the hospital, but I'm going to, at one point when anyways, the name of the hospital wasn't St. Mary's, but it was a Catholic hospital. It was a Catholic hospital. I was forced to go there. And when I went there, well, the nurses, one of the homophobic female nurses asked me, oh, are you a homosexual? No. No, I'm straight, honey. She's like, oh, okay. Then she says, have you ever had sex with a man? I just said I'm straight. I'm not gonna answer that question. That is such an insulting question. And I know that if she's homophobic, why am I gonna want a homophobic nurse to treat me? I don't want a homophobic nurse from which hospital to treat me. So I said, no, I'm straight. She said, did you ever have sex with a man? No. I'm a virgin. She's like, did you ever have oral? No. Virgin. Did you ever have anal? I'm a virgin. Then she says, do you have HIV? I'm like, I'm a virgin. No. She says, did you ever use drugs? No. Never used drugs. As far as I know, I don't have HIV. I've never been tested because I don't use drugs and I'm a virgin. So there's no reason to get tested. But I should not have HIV. So if you, homophobic nurse, if you tried to give me HIV when you're giving me a needle, there's going to be a big friggin' problem on your hands. And then there's all of these outbreaks. Did you see the news articles? There's constantly these news articles saying these hospitals, there's HIV outbreaks at all these hospitals where they don't sterilize the needle and they purposely give people HIV. They do it. They do it. And when I was at that hospital, which I did not want to be at, I refused to answer her questions, especially the questions where she asked me if I'm a homosexual. And I refused treatment. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm good. It was just a scrape. I'm good. I'm going to go home, please. They wouldn't let me leave. The security wouldn't let me leave. They forced the needle on me. They took blood work. They took blood from me. And I swear, if that homophobic nurse intentionally gave me HIV, because I don't have HIV, as far as I know. But I don't trust a homophobic nurse giving me a needle. Okay? Especially a homophobic nurse giving me a needle. So if she went purposely and infected an HIV needle and gave it to me on purpose and tried to give me HIV, if that's what happened, I haven't never had an HIV test because I'm a virgin and I do not do drugs. So there's no reason in the world why I should have HIV. None whatsoever. That should be like the number one benefit of being a virgin. It sucks that you have to be a virgin, but on top of it, to not even know for sure that you don't have HIV, like that is terrible. I should not have HIV. This is why I spent my whole life being a virgin. I'm not a freaking woman like Britney Spears who just spreads her legs every time she gets on stage. Okay? So this is not fair that I spent my whole life being responsible, being a virgin. And you would think that the only benefit that I should be able to have being a virgin, because it sucks being a virgin, trust me, the only benefit to being a virgin is the fact that you would know that you do not have HIV because you're a virgin. And this homophobic nurse who probably slept with every doctor, this homophobic nurse who slept with the whole football team, this homophobic nurse who slept with all of America, this homophobic American nurse who probably slept with all of America, she's homophobic, she probably had HIV herself. She was probably pissed off that she got HIV from, being like Britney Spears, sleeping with half of America, and she might very well have purposely infected me with an HIV infected needle. And I swear to God, when I do actually take an HIV test, because I never had an HIV test, but the only reason now I want to take an HIV test is because when that homophobic American nurse forced the needle on me. This is my reason for taking an HIV test. I go to take an HIV test and they're going to be like, "Why are you taking an HIV test? Did your partner have HIV?" I'm like, "No. I'm a virgin. I've never had sex with anyone." So then why you want an HIV test? Do you do drugs? No, I've never done drugs. Never done drugs. No. I'm a science nerd. I do mathematics. I'm science person. I study astronomy. I do not do drugs. I'm a virgin. Never been with anyone. So they're like, "So why do you want an HIV test?" Because when I was in an American hospital at one of those homophobic religious hospitals, the nurse forced the blood work on me. She forced the needle on me with the threat of security standing by who were threatening to pummel me if I tried to leave. That's why. Because I'm concerned that the homophobic nurse, who probably was like a bit of a Britney Spears herself, who was probably like Britney Spears herself, right? Who slept with half of America. She probably had HIV, and I'm worried that homophobic nurse tried to maybe give me her HIV and tried to infect the needle with her blood and tried to give me HIV. So that's why I want an HIV test. And now I'm gonna have to go get an HIV test, and I swear, if I find out that American nurse gave me HIV, and not only me, but a Canadian from Canada, because you don't want to mess with Canadians. You do not want to mess with someone from Canada. I swear, if I find out that American nurse gave me HIV, or if you Americans thought, anyways, I can't say anything more. This is where the story ends. I can't say anything more. But basically, I better not find out that that American homophobic nurse gave me HIV. I swear. So when I go take my HIV test, it better come out clean because I swear I spent my whole life as a virgin and I am a science nerd and I do not do drugs. I should not have HIV at all. I shouldn't have any diseases actually. I shouldn't have hepatitis. I shouldn't have HPV. I shouldn't have any of these diseases. So I swear, if I find out that an American nurse intentionally gave me HIV, oh, oh, you Americans, you think the Russians are bad? If you Americans think the anyways, I can't say anything more. I can't say anything further. We'll just end the story there. But we'll just end the story there because I can't say exactly what I want to say, but we'll just end the story there. I have never. I'm a virgin. Who's these people? Homophobic people come in. No, I'm a virgin. First off, people who listen to me, they don't want to get with me. No one, no one wants to get with me, if you know what I mean. Okay, I'm a science nerd. I'm a mathematician. I look like a science nerd. I look like a mathematician. I do not look attractive. I don't feel attractive. I don't look attractive. I'm what you would call an ugly person. I am an ugly person. And so no one wants to, and I spend all my day science, mathematics, the astronomy, and very recently I decided to get into politics because politics is where you get the views at. Politics is brings in the viewers. So I have mixed politics with science. Hence my whole channel is a blend of science and politics, mathematics. It's a blend of entertainment. So that way I can get more audience, right? I can bring people to the science world. I can get to all the political people and I can bring them to the science world. I can promote science and mathematics and astronomy, planet Saturn and astronomy. I can promote all this stuff to political people when I do these mixes of political slash science streams. That's why I like to mix politics and science. I like to have videos that mix politics and science. And often politics and science are related. Oftentimes, politics and science actually do overlap. This is, so I do both. I do politics, I do science, I do mathematics. But I am definitely a virgin. And trust me, it sucks being a virgin, especially in your 30s. I'm in my 30s and I'm a virgin. And I'm very close to becoming the 40-year-old virgin. Okay? Like just several more years and I will be the 40-year-old virgin, which is gonna suck to be a 40-year-old virgin. So no, I don't like it's hard enough as it is being a virgin, but then the people come in and say that, oh, so no. Anyways, Americans, like why did 9/11 happen, Americans? It's a question. It's a valid question. I have a valid question, Americans. Why did 9/11 happen to Americans? Because I don't see 9/11 happening in Canada. I don't see any terrorists going after Canada. I don't see 9/11 happening in Germany. I don't see 9/11 happening in France, in Mexico, in Australia. So why only America? Why do all of these terrorists only want revenge on America? Why? Why not all these other countries? Right? It's a valid question. The Americans are like, feel sorry for us because we had 9/11. We had 9/11. Feel sorry for us. Okay, but why? It's a valid question. You want Americans, you want us to feel sorry for you because of 9/11. But why would they attack you in the first place? Why would these terrorists, why wouldn't they attack other countries? What was their motive? What was the motive? It's a very valid question. It's a valid question. What was their motive? Why would they do it? Why would they want revenge? Revenge implies that you did something first. If somebody wants revenge on America, it implies that America did something first. So what did Americans do first that makes the whole world want revenge on America? It's a valid question. So it's a question, a valid question. In fact, that's what the police ask. The police say, well, what's the motive? What was their motive? Did you steal money from them? Did you rob them? What was their motive? Why did they do it? What was their motive? Did you give them HIV on purpose? What was their motive? Why did they do what they do? Because it's all of the media, they always try to say, oh, they're crazy. The person just did it because they're crazy. No, no, no. That is so rare. That is like your better chances to get struck by lightning. There's a bigger odds to get struck by lightning than to just come across a crazy person who just does something to you because they're crazy. No, no, no. There's a reason that they did something to you. Usually, more often than not, there's a reason. So it's not just that they're crazy. The media, they always like to say, oh, just a crazy person, just a crazy. Oh, the terrorists on 9/11 were crazy. Yeah, okay, they were crazy. How do you explain the fact that they able to find out how to fly an airplane? You have to be pretty intelligent to learn how to fly an airplane. The hijackers on those planes, they have to be pretty intelligent people to know how to fly an airplane. So don't just tell me that, oh, they're just crazy. Have you guys even tried to hear the side of the terrorists? Have you tried to hear their side of the story? You just immediate and then too. Let's not just let alone 9/11. Have you guys had tried to hear Japan's side of the story? In World War II, when America dropped two nukes on Japan, and when Japan attacked Pearl Harbor, right? Japan attacked Pearl Harbor, and America dropped two nukes on Japan. Did we ever really hear Japan's side of the story? No. Did we hear Germany's side of the story? No. Every time we hear America's side of the story, we're always hearing America's side of the story. When America fought with Germany, we heard America's side of the story. We never heard Germany's side of the story. When America fought with Japan, we only heard America's side of the story. We didn't hear Japan's side of the story. America even had a war with Canada, which we won. We Canadians, we beat Americans in the War of 1812. So Canadians, we even are the only war that Canada ever had was with America. Canada never had a war with Russia. Canada never had a war with China. Canada never had a war with the Middle East. The only war that Canada ever had was with Americans, and we beat Americans in the War of 1812. Canadians, that's why we wave our Canadian flag. Canadians, the whole reason why we wave our Canadian flag is to commemorate the fact that we beat Americans in the War of 1812. So we never get to hear Canada's side of the story. We never get to hear Germany's side of the story. We never get to hear Japan's side of the story. We always only hear America's side of the story. When America fought with the Germans, they just said, oh, the Germans are bad. Oh, the Japanese, oh. Like, we never hear Americans, or we never hear Japan's side of the story. We don't hear Germany's side of the story. We don't hear even France's side of the story. I want to hear France's. I want to hear France's side of the story. I want to hear Switzerland's side of the story. I want to hear the Middle East. I want to hear Iran. I want to hear Iran and the Middle East side of the story. I want to hear Cuba's. I want to hear Vietnam's side of the story. I want to hear China's side of the story. I want to hear Russia. Because, of course, America had a major Cold War with Russia. I want to hear Russia's side of the story. I want to hear all of these countries' sides of the story. I don't just want to hear America's side of the story. Because America, you know what they do? They just said, oh yeah, America fought with Japan because the Americans say the Japanese people were bad in World War II. They say Americans fought with the Germans because they say the Germans were bad in World War II. They say Americans fought with Vietnam because according to the Americans, the Vietnamese were bad. Americans fought with Cuba. Americans fought with Canada. Like, I want to hear all of these countries' sides of the story. So I want to hear all of the loser side of the story. I want to hear and we're all together now. We're one big club. Americans, you guys are like a big gang. Americans are a big gang, and now the rest of the world form their own gang. The Americans form their own gang. Now, like you realize Americans that I recently talked to Japanese people, they're allies with China. China, the country that Japan despised for years, for centuries. Japan and China hated each other. And now they have joined forces against the United States. Americans, you are like, you became so like repulsive that you took the Japanese people and the Chinese people who were mortal enemies of each other and you got them working together. Now Japan is working with China. You got Germany working with France. Like all of these countries that hate each other, used to hate each other. All of these countries that used to hate each other, they hate the Americans so much, they are now working together. France and Germany working together, Japan and China working together. Heck, I wouldn't even be surprised if North Korea and South Korea are working together. All of these countries are now working together against the United States. This is how much the whole world hates the United States. They're all working together. All of America's enemies, they're all working together now. Because you know the famous saying, right? The famous saying, enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? You heard it, right? Enemy of my enemy is my friend. Enemy of my enemy is my friend. You've heard this said many times. Well, the Japanese, they figured the same thing. The enemy of their enemy is their friend. And who's America's enemy? China. So the Japanese figured that China's Japan's friend. The French, the enemy of the French enemy. Who's the enemy of the French enemy, right? Germany. So the French take the Germans as their friend, right? All of the North Korea, South Korea, I wouldn't be surprised if they start uniting again. It's gonna be one big Korea. It's gonna be one big Korea. Okay, you're gonna start seeing K-pop videos. You're gonna start seeing K-pop videos with the Kim Jong-un. You're gonna start seeing, like, I wouldn't be surprised if North Korea and South Korea unite over against America. All of these countries around the world, they are uniting. They are uniting. And if you just go ask them, you say, hey, why did America have a war with Japan? And you ask the Japanese people this. They're like, oh. And then why did America have a war with Germany? Oh, and then why did America have a war with Vietnam? Oh, then why did America have a war with Canada? Oh, then why did America have a war with Cuba? Oh, why did America have a war with the Middle East? Oh, why did America have a Cold War with Russia? Why did America have a war with all of these countries? Suddenly, all of these countries, they're like, we know who the problem is. Now we finally figured out who the real problem is. So, they've all figured it out. All of these countries have figured it out. And that's why when I asked those Japanese people, and they told me that, they said China's their ally. What? Did I misread all the history books? If anyone who studied history knows that China and Japan used to be mortal enemies. They had all these wars. They had so many wars, the Japanese versus Chinese war. And now you're telling me, Japanese people are telling me that China's your ally? What? China's an ally of Japan? In what world is this happening in? It's like with France and Germany. I can kind of see France and Germany because Europe has completely banded together. Like Europe is a big gang now, honestly. Europe used to be very borders, right? Because Germany invaded France in World War II. Germany invaded France, and then Germany used to have all these borders and the German Wall. But Germany Europe, all of Europe they've removed their borders, and they're all like one big, right? The European Union, they all banded together. They're like a big gang. Italy, Germany, France, they all work together now against the United States. But they used to be very individualized, right? Like Germany was versus France, and then, this country didn't like that country. But now, European Union, they all working together. They're all working together against the United States. So, all of these countries around the world, they've had enough. They've had enough of being bullied. They've had enough of being bullied. And, I wouldn't be surprised if there was another 9/11. I wouldn't. I really would not. I would not, as a Canadian, especially having talked to people from around the world. Because, Canada, Canada, we got North Koreans in Canada, we got Germans in Canada, we got Russians in Canada, we got Vietnamese, we got, of course, Chinese. There's Chinese people all over Canada. We got Indians. We got people all over Canada. We got Switzerland people, French people in Canada, of course, French people. We got Spanish people, Cubans, Venezuelans. There's the Mexican cartel. Heck, America's complaining about the Mexican cartel. The Mexican cartel owns like there's all these Canadian restaurants called Mexican cartel. No, I'm just joking. No, but seriously, the Mexican cartel. Oh yeah, they're all over Canada. The Mexican cartel is all over Canada, of course. Of course, the restaurants, the Mexican restaurants, they're not called Mexican cartel. Although that would be a good name of a restaurant. You know what? Because I went to college for marketing. When I got my undergraduate degree, I studied marketing and business. And if you want to talk about something shocking, but would be actually kind of, imagine if there was a Mexican restaurant that called themselves the Mexican cartel. Oh my God. The media, like talk about publicity. Well, they say in marketing college that, there's no such thing as bad publicity. That was the famous thing that they taught us in marketing college. In marketing school, in marketing college, the famous thing they used to tell us is there's no such thing as bad publicity. Well, imagine if a Mexican restaurant called themselves the cartels, the Mexican cartel. Imagine if there was Mexican restaurants that called themselves the Mexican cartel. That would get like insane media coverage. Like their restaurant would be everyone would know their restaurant. It would be so famous, right? And then the other one I came up with, which would be good for a Mexican restaurant, would be the Federal Burrito of Investigation. Get it? Instead of FBI, instead of Federal Bureau of Investigation, Federal Burrito of Investigation, FBI. So the restaurant could still call themselves the FBI. Get it? Wouldn't that be funny? Right? There could be a restaurant a Mexican restaurant that calls themselves the FBI, the Federal Burrito of Investigation. Get it? Federal Burrito of Investigation, the FBI. So imagine there could be all of these people in the restaurant who wear uniforms. They literally wear FBI uniforms, Federal Burrito of Investigation, and they're all like wearing glasses and they all look like they're in the FBI, the Federal Burrito of Investigation. They're making your food, right? They're making your burritos. That would be hilarious. That would be so hilarious. You go into this restaurant, which is called the American FBI, the American Federal Burrito of Investigation, right? Get it? Federal Burrito of Investigation, the American FBI. You go into this restaurant, they're all dressed like FBI agents, right? They're making your burritos, and they look suspicious, and they got the dark glasses. They got like the FBI uniform with the dark glasses, and they have like the badges, Federal Burrito of Investigation. They're making your burritos. I love burritos. Burritos are good. Burritos with cheese. I love burritos with like onions and like chopped onions and cucumbers and pickles. I love pickles and burritos. Pickles. There's a great burrito place actually where I live, and they make really good burritos. And you can put pickles and onions, chopped onions, and you can put cheese and hives and all that. Anyways. Hello, I'm back. I had to take a break. I was talking for like 40 minutes. Hello. This is a big issue right now around the world, with France. And well, they have kind of a slogan. Well, I came up with the slogan, okay? Keep France out of our pants. Get it? Keep France out of our pants. Basically, it's about the fact that the French people, they basically like to get in people's pants, right? And more than just one way. So keep France out of our pants. And clearly, with all of the poverty in the United States, the homelessness, the tornadoes, the alligator, Alcatraz, the alligator alleys, all of the robberies and I almost said the wrong word. Gang robberies, all of the I almost said the other word. Anyways, the other one's not as bad. Anyways, with all of the robberies, with all the tornadoes, all of the hurricanes, all of the homelessness, of course, the number one issue facing Americans is who is the French president going to sleep with tonight? That is the number one issue right now facing Americans. Of course, Americans have high taxes. Americans have tornadoes and hurricanes to worry about, and immigrant invasions. Americans have to worry about contaminated food, contaminated water. But the number one issue that Americans are losing their sleep over right now is who is the French president banging in the sack. That is the number one issue on the minds of Americans. And clearly, Candace Owens knows what troubles the American people. Candace Owens knows that the American people are extremely troubled by the fact that the French president likes to get his jollies off in whatever. And listen, I'm not saying that Candace Owens is wrong. I mean, clearly Bridget does look like a man, and she probably is a man. But what I'm saying is, it's kind of surprising how Candace Owens kept accusing everyone of trying to distract you from the Epstein list. Hey, Candace Owens. I mean, this kind of is a distraction from the Epstein list too. I mean, there's pictures of Candace Owens kissing Donald Trump. There's pictures of Candace Owens hugging Donald Trump, who is like the king of the Epstein list. He literally has the Epstein list at his fingers. He could just release the list tomorrow, and finally we would know all of those who's the rich white pedos are. But no, is Trump releasing the Epstein list? He's not. So Candace Owens, since there's pictures of you hugging Donald Trump, it seems like you're buddies. Seems like Candace Owens, your buddies. And also remember, Candace Owens, you said that the president of America, Donald Trump, actually called you. You must be on pretty close. You must be pretty close for the president of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump, to call you personally to discuss the whole French situation. So the next time you're on the phone with Mr. Donald Trump, Miss Candace Owens, can you please ask your buddy Donald Trump to release the Epstein list? Who's probably all over the Epstein list, who's the king of the Epstein list. So, do you get where I'm going with this, everyone? Listen, I'm not saying Candace Owens is wrong about the French president. There's something weird going on there. But hey, Candace Owens, how come every time you start your live stream broadcast, why do you show pictures of yourself as a child? Why does Candace Owens, every time Candace Owens has a YouTube channel broadcast, every time she does her live stream, she has an intro, she has an opening, right? Like an opening intro, like she has like her own theme song. Like she has like her own, like when you watch a sitcom, when you watch one of those horrible 80s, 90s sitcoms and they have like an intro to so Candace Owens has her own little intro and she shows pictures of herself as a kid. Candace Owens, who is your audience? Like, who no one wants to see pictures of you as a kid. There's people that don't even want to see pictures of you at all, even. So why would you post pictures of yourself as a kid, Candace Owens? Candace Owens, you're kind of suspect. You're suspect because you're friends with Mr. Donald Trump, who is the king of the Epstein list. You could be spending way more videos trying to get Trump to release the Epstein list. You could literally do it for 10 minutes. You could chant it for 10 minutes. You could, for 10 minutes on your next live, I dare you, Candace Owens, I dare you, I challenge you, Miss Candace Owens, on your next live stream, when you get millions, you get an audience of millions, okay? There are YouTubers that can barely get an audience of like 1,000 people. And Candace Owens has an audience of millions. So Candace Owens, I challenge you, Miss Candace Owens, the next time that you have a live stream, for 10 minutes straight, just do 10 minutes of release the Epstein list. Release the Epstein list. Get all of your people to chant release the Epstein list, because you said it, what, like once or twice or 3 times in very casually passing. She's like, oh yeah, yeah, Donald Trump should release the Epstein list. But then she does 7, 8 videos on the French president's wife. She's going to talk about France, a country halfway around the world. She's going to talk about the French people for like 7, 8 videos straight. But then when it comes to the Epstein list, what is Candace Owens' response? Oh yeah, the Epstein list. Yeah, Donald Trump, he should release them. Yeah, that's a bummer. Is that all you got to say, Candace Owens? Where's the passion? Where is the passion and the fire that you have when you're going after French people? Candace Owens, when it's time for Candace Owens to go after French people, she has all this passion, she has all this anger to the French people. Oh, that's Italian. Anyway, she has I can't do French. Anyways, Candace Owens, she has an anger to the French people. Candace Owens, she has all of this anger to the French people. Okay, let's pretend she's an Italian that doesn't like the French. Candace Owens has all this anger to the French people. But then when it comes to the Epstein list and people demanding that Trump release the Epstein list, Candace Owens is like, oh yeah, he should release the Epstein list. Is that it, Candace Owens? Is that all you? Where's the fire? So I challenge you, Candace Owens. Next time you do a live stream, 10 minutes straight, even just 2 minutes, even just count it down, just on a timer, 2 minutes straight, even 2 minutes, and say we're gonna do nothing for the next 2 minutes but chant, release the Epstein list, release the Epstein list, release the Epstein list. Candace Owens, can you do that? Because right now, not only does Donald Trump look complicit in the Epstein list, Miss Candace Owens, but right now, Miss Candace Owens, you do not seem passionate enough. You don't seem like you really want that Epstein list released, because there's so much more you could be doing. You could literally pick up the phone yourself, and you could do this on a live stream. That's another challenge I have for you, Miss Candace Owens. Next time you have a live stream, pick up the phone on your live stream and call Mr. Donald Trump. He has your number. The President of the United States of America has your number. I'm sure you have his number too, right? I'm sure you have his number too. That sounds funny. I'm sure you have his number too. Anyways, I'm sure you have his number too, Miss Candace Owens. I'm sure you have Donald Trump's number. He has your number. So next time you're doing a live stream, Miss Candace Owens, pick up the phone, call Mr. Donald Trump on the phone, and while he's on the phone with you, and you don't even have to tell him that you're doing it on a live stream. That would be pretty funny. But let's just say you want to tell him. Okay, even if you say, hey, Mr. Donald Trump, you're on a live stream phone call right now, and everyone on my live stream would like you please to release the Epstein list. This is Candace Owens. Can you please, Mr. Donald Trump, release the Epstein? That's all you got to do, Candace Owens. Literally, you on your next live stream, pick up the phone, call Mr. Donald Trump. Say, hey, Mr. Donald Trump, just to let you know, you're on a live stream phone call. You're on a phone call with Miss Candace Owens, but you're also on a live stream, and there's millions of people watching. Hey, Donald Trump, will you please release the Epstein list? And you could ask him right on live stream, Miss Candace Owens. Why won't you do that? Why are you not pursuing the Epstein list like you're going after the French people? And now, don't get me wrong, I'm English Canadian, and the English Canadians, we don't really like the French. Anyways, don't get me wrong, English Canadians, we've known for a while that the French people are like, ugh. But my point is, we also know that the Epstein list, that is sick. The Epstein people, the rich elite pedos on the Epstein list, that's sick, Miss Candace Owens. And Donald Trump clearly seems to be covering up the Epstein list, who is your best friend, who there's pictures of you canoodling, kissing and hugging, and when you're greeting each other, you look all buddy-buddy. You look like your best friends in the world. There's pictures of Candace Owens hugging the president, hugging Donald Trump, kissing him, saying, "Hi, Donald Trump," telling people to vote for him. Candace Owens gets on stage and tells everyone to vote for Donald Trump. And now, what does Candace Owens have to say? She's like, "Oh yeah, yeah, sorry. Yeah, she regrets telling people to vote for Trump." Where's the passion? Where is the same fire and passion that you have when you're going after French people? Why aren't you bringing that same fire and passion to make Donald Trump release the Epstein list? So, and yeah, Candace Owens, like, what's with that creepy intro that you have? Like that. This is like, okay, you know how Batman. Okay, no. Actually, I don't even want to compare this to Batman because, like, no. You know what the signal, the hallmark, trademark, you know what the signature trademark of the pedos are? They show pictures of kids. Why? Like, we don't want to see pictures. Like, we don't, like, they show pictures. That's what they do. And they always make these TV shows. You know, it's all these weird TV shows and movies where they constantly, it's like the Hollywood directors are obsessed with child actors. You remember that Home Alone movie with Donald Trump? Remember when Donald Trump guest starred in the Home Alone movie? Donald Trump was like getting his jollies off in the Home Alone movie. Oh, like all alone? Home Alone? All alone? What was Donald Trump doing in the Home Alone movie? Okay. Home Alone. Like he's getting his jollies off, Donald Trump. Home Alone, all by himself. All by himself. All alone. He's all alone. Home Alone. What was Donald Trump doing as a cameo in the Home Alone movie? Because you know why, Donald Trump? He's the king of the Home Alone movies. He's the king of the Epstein list. They're the king. Those people, they're all rich, elite, white pedos. They're all, and they're all in power. And that's why, if there's a suspicious brother in the White House doing the garden, if there's a suspicious gardener, if there's a gardener who looks suspicious, if there's a suspicious brother in a white picket fence neighborhood, in a white picket fence neighborhood, in a white picket fence neighborhood, if there's a suspicious brother walking around, they'll send 20 police cars. You know what's pretty suspicious? All of these rich elite white pedos going to the Epstein Island. That's suspicious. Why aren't you sending 100 police cars for that? Why aren't you sending 100 police cars for all of these rich elite white pedos on the Epstein list who are going to Epstein Island every day? That's suspicious. Okay, we're gonna go to comments in a second. Just gotta plug in my phone and then we're gonna go to comments. I gotta charge my phone. Okay. Now my phone's charging. So let's go to comments now. Someone came in and said, Rational Gamer came in and said, your assumption is that he is on the list. You don't actually know that though. Okay, Donald Trump, this is how you know that he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. If there is a suspicious brother walking near the White House, they will send 20 police cars for a suspicious looking brother. People who look suspicious are arrested every day in America. In the United States of America, every day people are arrested just for looking suspicious. But meanwhile, Donald Trump has a whole Epstein list of all of these rich elite white pedos, all of these rich elite pedos going to Epstein Island. Why are they? Is that not suspicious enough? Is that not grounds enough to send all these police cars to arrest those pedos? So clearly, Donald Trump is covering up something, especially we all saw that answer he gave when people were finally like, okay, Trump, you're president. You promised to do something about the Epstein list. You promised to arrest those rich elite white pedos. What's going on? Then Donald Trump's like, oh, Epstein list? You guys are still talking about the Epstein list? What, Donald Trump? Are you out of your mind? Yeah, of course we're still talking about the Epstein list. This is important. This is like one of the most important issues in America. alongside with what those snooty French people are doing in France, Mr. Donald Trump, yes, of course, people are. How could you even say that? Oh, Donald Trump just wants people to forget about the Epstein list. Are you out of your mind, Mr. Donald Trump? So clearly he's covering up something. And why would Donald Trump be covering up for rich white pedos? Because he's on the list. That's why. He's showing all the signs of someone covering up. Like, it's very simple. He has a list. He's checking it twice. He's going to find out who's naughty or nice. Mr. Donald Trump knows who the rich white pedos are. All he has to do is send 20 police cars to get them. But is he doing it? No. But if there's a suspicious brother, or a sister, a homie, suspicious brother or sister walking down the street in America, they'll get arrested just for looking suspicious. They go to Walmart. They go to Walmart to buy hair products. Because, of course, a brother and a sister, they need special hair products. And they go to Walmart and they're locked behind the glass. Is that fair? And then how come when I was working at Walmart, all of these brothers and sisters were like, why is it locked behind the glass? I'm like, I don't know. I don't make the rules at Walmart. I just work here, dude. I just work at Walmart, okay? Look, we have low prices for a reason. I just work at Walmart. I don't make the rules. So if my manager is telling us to lock the hair products behind the glass, that's what we do. Because if we don't listen to our manager, they fire us. See, the Walmart employees, we have to listen to what the Walmart manager says. So if the Walmart manager says, lock the hair products behind the glass, then that's what we got to do. Because we got to listen to the manager. If we don't follow what the manager says, they fire us. And I need this job, honey. I'm putting myself through, not law school. I dropped out of law school. I'm putting myself through clown college. No, not clown. That's a joke. Not putting myself, anyways, I was putting myself through college. I can't say which college. Can't say what I was studying, but anyways. I need this job at Walmart, okay? I'm putting myself through. Anyways, thank God I don't work at Walmart anymore. Thank God I do not work at Walmart. But my point is this. Mr. Donald Trump, you will send 20 police cars for a suspicious looking brother or sister, but you have a whole Epstein list of rich white pedos? That's pretty suspicious. Why aren't you sending police cars right away? Any normal, sane person gets a list of rich white pedos, they would be immediately sending the federal police, every kind of police, all kinds of police. Okay, the pizza police, the fashion police. You would send all kinds of police if you had a list full of rich white pedos. So clearly Donald Trump is covering up something. It's so obvious. Okay, if a stupid Canadian like me can figure this out, then we can all figure this out. Okay? And like, I'm slow, okay? I worked at Walmart. I'm slow. So if a slow Canadian that worked at Walmart can figure out what's going on here, then everyone can figure out what's going on. And it did take me a while. At first I was like, oh, Donald Trump wants us to forget about the Epstein list. I forgot about it for 3 weeks. Then I'm like, wait a minute. That's right. 3 weeks. It only took me 3 weeks to realize something's going on here. Because normally I just listen to everything everyone tells me. My manager at Walmart tells me lock everything behind the glass. Make sure you check IDs. Make sure you spray mint around, like spray perfume after, because they. So I do it. I just listen to everything my manager says. And that's why Walmart has low prices. Walmart has low prices for a reason, people. But I thank God I don't work at Walmart no more. But I will say that Mr. Donald Trump, you clearly are covering up something. You are covering up something big, okay? I wouldn't be surprised if all of these sponsors, like, why aren't the sponsors, you know how the sponsors like to boycott people? The sponsors do boycotting. The sponsors like to remove their sponsorship from. Hey, who wants to be sponsored by a rich white pedo like Donald Trump? Can you just see McDonald's? Like, hey, do you remember when Donald Trump went to McDonald's? But Donald Trump pretended like he was one of the working average Joes? Remember that? Remember Donald Trump did a whole 8-hour shift at McDonald's and he was working with all the poor people who work at McDonald's? And then remember when someone went up to the drive-thru window and said, hey, Mr. Donald Trump, First of all, can I have fries with that? And second, are you willing to give a minimum wage increase to all of these hardworking Americans who make minimum wage at this McDonald's? And then what did Donald Trump say? He's like, Donald Trump, can you believe that? Donald Trump is at McDonald's doing an 8-hour shift pretending to work. Like, because of course he's trying to pretend like he's not like the richest of the rich white elite, right? Donald Trump's at McDonald's pretending to work, doing this big publicity stunt. And then someone goes up in the car in the drive-thru and says, "Hey, Mr. Donald Trump, yeah, I would like fries with that." And you know what? I would also like Mr. Donald Trump. Are you willing to give a minimum wage increase to all these hardworking Americans who make minimum wage at this McDonald's and every McDonald's? And you know what Donald Trump said? Well, So clearly, and then who? Why would McDonald's want to be sponsored? What's going on with McDonald's, anyways? McDonald's. Why would McDonald's want to be sponsored by a rich white pedo who's like the king of the Epstein list? That's another issue there, McDonald's. So yeah, they're all bad. Hey, Renee Baker came in. Hello, Renee Baker. Thank you for your comment. She came in and she said, and Joe Biden did the same thing. Yeah, I never claimed to like Joe Biden. What is with this? First off, from Canada, okay? I don't like anybody. I'm from Canada. What is this coming in and saying just because I'm calling out Trump means I must like Joe Biden? I don't like any of them. I don't like any American politicians. I don't like any American politicians, okay? So why are you coming in and being like, "Oh, well, Joe Biden did the same thing." Okay, yeah, they're all bad. They're all bad. I didn't vote for Joe Biden. I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Obama. I didn't vote for Dump. I didn't vote for Mr. Green. I didn't vote for Mr. Green, Hanks, and Ham. I didn't vote for anyone there. I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for her. Okay, I didn't vote for any American. So yeah, they're all bad. Joe Biden's bad. Donald Trump is bad. They're all the same. They're all the same. This whole thing is an illusion. Oh, you have your vote matters. Your vote matters. Would you like to vote for Donald Trump, or would you like to vote for his sister? Would you like to vote for George Bush or his father? Would you like to vote for Michelle Obama or Barack Obama? Would you like to vote for, like, they're all the same. And like, literally, look at Tulsi Gabbard, who is currently the director of national intelligence. Tulsi Gabbard, who is the director of national intelligence, she was a Democrat for all those years, and now she's a Republican. They're all the same. Democrats, Republicans, they're all the same. Okay? And if a slow Canadian like me can figure this out, then everyone, believe me, everyone's figured this out. Especially the Germans. Especially those smart Germans. And you know the Germans, they're always up to something. Okay? You think the Germans just quit after World War II? You think the Germans are quitters? Do the Germans look like quitters to you? You think they just quit after World War II, the Germans? I don't think so. That's why on 9/11 there were all of these Germans overly crying, overacting. "Oh, we're Germans and we feel so bad for our American friends. Oh, we're from Germany and we so feel so bad about 9/11. Oh, those poor Americans." Yeah, forget it, Germans. We all know you're happy. We all know the Germans were happy on 9/11, okay? Obviously, the Germans were still pissed off they lost the war, World War One and World War Two. The Germans lost World War One and World War Two. You don't think that they were still upset about that? So of course on 9/11, they're all pretending as if we had absolutely nothing to do with this. The German people had nothing to do with 9/11. We feel so bad for our American friends. Yeah, bull BS, Germans. You're all happy. You're all secretly going home, breaking out the champagne, whipping out the sausages, whipping out the lederhosen, doing your like Oktoberfest dancing, do on 9/11. Yeah, we know Germans. You're all happy. Don't stop pretending like you actually, but our American friends, we feel so bad. Yeah, I've seen better acting on a soap opera. I've seen better acting on The Hub. Okay, BS Germans trying to pretend like they actually cared about 9/11 or like they were felt sorry for Americans. Yeah, right. And then the Japanese were probably really scared that America would blame the Japanese for 9/11 because look what happened. Like planes hitting a tower, planes, kamikaze planes. Hey, is there another country that's known for kamikaze planes? Remember World War II? Remember the Japanese were famous for kamikaze planes? So of course on 9/11, when those kamikaze planes hit the Twin Towers, the Japanese people are like, oh my God, they're gonna think we did it. Oh my God, the Japanese are gonna think, or oh my God, the Americans are gonna think that the Japanese did it. The Japanese people were like, oh, we love Americans. Yes. Oh, we had nothing to do with 9/11. Please, America, do not drop another nuclear bomb on Japan. Please, please, America. Japan is your allies, America. Please do not drop another nuclear bomb on America, on Japan. Please, please. So the Japanese were probably scared. The Germans were, of course, secretly celebrating. Let's not forget those sneaky Canadians. Oh, that's me. Anyways, let's not forget those sneaky Canadians. They were probably celebrating too. What's this? What's this all this when I go to the United States? You're from Canada. You're from Canada. What makes you think you can have an opinion? Well, if my Canadian soldiers are gonna go to war with you Americans, yeah, you're damn right, Canadians, we have an opinion. I don't want my brother or my whatever. I don't want my friend. I don't want my best friend who's just my friend and nothing more. I don't want my friend who's just my friend and nothing more. I don't want my friend to get blown up in a war over oil because you Americans are so greedy. Because you Americans are so greedy. You always have to have everything. You always have to be number one. You Americans always have to be number one. USA, USA, number one, number one. Hey, how come Canada might like to be number one? Germany would like to be number one again. What about Japan? I'm sure Japan would like to be number one. What about Cuba and Venezuela and Mexico? Hey, America, can you let another country be number one for a while? Why do Americans always have to be number one? USA, number one. Heck, Canada will be settled for even just for being number five. Okay, let's go back to the comments. Yeah, Renee Baker. So again, let's go to Renee Baker. Clinton and Obama are the king of the list. Yeah, I don't like any of them. They're all corrupt. They're all corrupt. We've known this for a while. All of the American presidents are corrupt. Let's go. Deborah Newby came in and she said, America is blessed by God. That's another thing, okay? Constantly seeing when the American president, they give their sign off after they're doing American speeches, God bless the USA. Hello, what about Canada? What, is God not going to bless Canada now too? They're just going to bless the Americans. Oh, gee, thank you, Americans. God bless the USA. You forgot about Canada and our best friends China. You forgot about Canada and Canada's secret ally China. Why can't you say God bless everyone? Why does the American president gotta say God bless the USA, God bless America? Did you just forget we're up here? We're like we're starving up here, we're in the cold, we're freezing up here. We're freezing up here in Canada. Did you Americans just forget that we're up here? God bless the USA? Oh, but not God bless Canada, eh? You can't say God bless Canada, eh? Would it kill you to say God bless Canada, eh, too? Or to say God bless everyone? So, especially if my best friend, who's just my friend and nothing more, especially if my best buddy, my best friend is going to go to war as a Canadian soldier fighting America's battles for them. Hey, Americans, why can't you fight your own battles? Why do you got to drag Canadian soldiers in the battle with you? I don't want my best friend, my best buddy, who's just my buddy and nothing more, to be killed in a war over American greed, to fund the military industrial complex, to fund your American complex. You know what? You know what's worse than the American military industrial complex? You know what's worse than the war machine and the American military industrial complex? The Donald Trump has a small package and he's trying to overcompensate complex. That's even worse. When you got a president who's got a small package and he's trying to overcompensate by like going to wars and stuff, Donald Trump is mad that his package is small, so he's gonna send America into all of these wars and drag Canada along with them. What's in it for us? What's in it for Canadians? Okay. Heck, why not? Why are you? We don't want to go to war with China. We want to work for China. Why would Canada want to go to war with China? Especially, did you see all those weapons that the Chinese people got? Especially, we have some Canadians, right? They were, going to China, doing some investments, because, a lot of Canadians like to invest in China. So a few years ago, there were Canadians that went to China to do some investments. And we're like, oh my God, Canada, when we saw China's weapons, when Canadians saw China's weapons, we're like, oh my God, they're not just a bunch of chopsticks and noodles no more. The Chinese are much more than chopsticks and noodles. We thought that they were just chopsticks, noodles, and dogs went missing and cats went missing. But no, the Chinese people, oh my God. Oh my God, the Chinese people, did you see their weapons? Did you see that the new weapons the Chinese people have? Suddenly, all of these Canadians are learning Chinese now. Yeah, no, I'm serious. You think this is a joke? You think China is serious? China is dangerous. China is the new Japan. China is fierce, okay? And I don't support the Chinese people. I don't want to go against them either. I don't want to go to war with China. That's like, that's like, I don't want to go to war with China, okay? That's like really bad. That would not be good for Canada to go to war with China. So, of course, what is Canada going to do, like they always do? Bend over. Bend over for the biggest bully. And right now, the biggest bully is China. It is not America. America is no longer the biggest bully. So Canada will not be bending over for America no more. Canada will be bending over for China from now on. And that's the way it's been for a while. And sometimes we bend over for Russia, but usually it's just China. So that's what's really going on. Canada, China, Russia, Japan, Germany, France, California. We're all sick of America's bull crap. Okay, all of these places, and I know California is not a country, but you got to admit, California is like its own place right now. All of these places, we are sick of America's BS. And so that's it. That's it. So let's go back to comments. Yeah, so Skeeter came in. Skeeter said small hand, small package. Yeah. You remember Marco Rubio when he was on stage with Trump? Remember when Marco Remember when Marco Rubio pointed out to everyone on stage that Trump had a small, you know what? Remember Marco Rubio? He said Trump has small hands, do the math kind of thing. That screws with a man's brain, okay? Do you remember that scary movie? You remember the movie called Scary Movie? The Scary Movie? Remember the Scary Movie? Okay, so Scary Movie. The guy says it right in the movie. He says, a man with a small package, that's a disability. So, like, that screws with someone's brain, okay? A man with a small package, that screws with... So, Trump, not only Trump having a small package, but him being the president of the United States of America, the biggest country in the world, the most powerful superpower country in the world. Imagine Donald Trump having a small package that not only that screws with... And you know what else, too? So, Donald Trump, right? Like, this is crazy even for crazy. Remember when Donald Trump had those gold toilets? Not only did Donald Trump have golden hotels, golden strippers, golden walls, golden donuts, golden everything, golden chairs, golden couches, but then Donald Trump went to the gold people, whoever makes stuff out of gold, and instead of saying something normal, like a normal crazy dictator saying he wants a statue, because I'm sure all those people that make gold stuff, they always hear that dictators, they want a statue made of gold. A statue made of gold. But Donald Trump was crazy even for crazy. Because Donald Trump went to the people who make gold stuff, and he said to the people, can you make gold toilets? Toilets made of solid gold? Why does Donald Trump need to put his tushy on a toilet made of solid gold? That's crazy even for crazy. Like those people were probably expecting him to say he wants a statue made of gold, he wants a statue of Trump made of gold, but golden toilets, toilets made of solid gold, that's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. That's like what the Bible was warning about. Remember in the Bible and the Ten Commandments when suddenly all of those people that worship gold, remember all those people that worship gold, and then the next thing you know, the earth opens up and they all fall into hell? That's like some Bible prophecy stuff. When a president, when a dictator, when a businessman is so out of it, not only is he have like, you know, small package problems, not only has he had small package problems, but then he's going to the people who make gold stuff and he's asking for a toilet made of solid gold because he wants his tushy to be on a toilet made of solid gold. That's crazy even for crazy. Like that's what the Bible prophecy was warning about, people like that. And then on top of it, was Donald Trump, did he care about the homeless military veterans? There's like these homeless American military veterans. There's homeless American military veterans who actually risked their lives to defend the United States, and were given, obviously got PTSD, they got mental trauma because they were military veterans. They were American military veterans who risked their lives to defend America. American military veterans risked their lives to defend America, to defend the United States. And did Donald Trump was thinking about them? Obviously, Donald Trump, the president, before he was president, before this happened, Donald Trump made the gold toilets before he was president. Obviously, Donald Trump, the richest man in the world, whatever, or he was one of the richest men in the world at one point, I'm sure. Donald Trump, one of the richest men in the world. Donald Trump, was he thinking about the homeless American military veterans? No. Donald Trump had gold toilets on the brain. Donald Trump was thinking about gold toilets, toilets made of solid gold. That's what Donald Trump was thinking about. He was not thinking or caring about the homeless American military veterans. Any rich elite who actually wants a toilet made of solid gold is a nut job. This is like what the Bible was warning about. This is the Bible prophecy, worshiping gold, people who worship gold. People who worship gold before God. This is the kind of stuff the Bible prophecy was warning about. So that's how you know Donald Trump is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs in many ways. A guy who worships gold. And then let's look at his show, The Apprentice. He loves firing people. What a sadistic, like Donald Trump, that's sadistic. You know, there's a lot of horrible bosses that love to fire people. There are a lot of horrible bosses that love to fire people. Donald Trump turned it into a TV show, a hit TV show, which I did watch sometimes because I always wanted to see who got fired at the end. But seriously, Donald Trump, you literally, not only did you have toilets made of solid gold, not only are you like have this small package problem where you have small package fever, and then on top, and then Donald Trump had toilets made of solid gold, and then Donald Trump, he's like taking all of these hardworking people and he's firing them. He's firing people on television for ratings. Okay, which by the way, we did watch in Canada because I always wanted to see who got fired at the end of the episode. And sometimes I would skip just to the end of the episode just to see who got fired. Because I didn't want to see all that mumbo jumbo stuff like going on, blah, 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 sob story. I just want to skip to see who got fired at the end. But I'm telling you that Donald Trump, despite that your TV show was a hit TV show, which they could bring back, they could totally bring back. I think that they could bring Elon Musk. Elon Musk would be pretty funny as a boss. I think Elon Musk would probably be high half the time. Elon Musk is probably high right now. Do you remember that White House report? Remember that White House report where they said that Elon Musk was taking all that ketamine? Of course, Elon Musk is a drug addict and he gets away with it because he's a billionaire, right? But if anyone else is a drug addict in America, right? And then Joe Biden, Hunter Biden got away with it. See, they're all in on it. They're all rich elites. They're all rich elites. Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, they're all in on it. They're all privileged. They all get away with all the drugs. I don't do drugs. No, not at all. I don't do drugs. I don't even drink alcohol, nothing. Okay, I'm healthy. I live healthy life. But what I'm saying is, see what I'm saying? All of these rich elites. But yeah, they could totally bring back The Apprentice. If they brought back The Apprentice, I think Elon Musk would be great to host The Apprentice because he'd be hilarious, you know? Like he would fire people, but people would want to be fired. Like by the end of the episode, people would be like wishing to be fired. Like if Elon Musk was the new apprentice, No, he wouldn't be The Apprentice. He would be, anyways. If Elon Musk was the new host of The Apprentice, I could just see every episode. All of the employees would be like, they would want to be fired at the end of the episode. Like, please fire me next, please. I could just imagine Elon Musk with all of these ridiculous requests. Like, it's chainsaw day. You remember when Elon Musk was on stage with a chainsaw? That's pretty scary too. Okay, you mean when there's billionaires with gold toilets? Well, at least Donald Trump wasn't running around with a chainsaw. At least Donald Trump wasn't running around with a chainsaw. Sure, he has gold toilets, but remember when Elon Musk was running around with a chainsaw? That's pretty scary. So I could just see Elon Musk having all of these crazy requests while he's on ketamine. You know, he's high on ketamine, Elon Musk, and he's smoking weed and marijuana, and he's got all these crazy requests. He's like, okay, on this episode of The Apprentice, I want you guys to build a tower that's so tall, it's like, it's tall. You know what I mean? Like, just imagine Elon Musk on The Apprentice. Like, hey, everyone, it's National Chainsaw Day. Everyone gets a chainsaw. You have to market these chainsaws. People on if Elon Musk was hosting The Apprentice, people would be like, please fire me, please fire me, please. So, anyways, at least that show people would want to be fired. But Donald Trump, like he made Omarosa cry like 4 times. And I know that Donald Trump and the whole Trump family, they're probably used to making black people cry. But like Donald Trump, you made Omarosa cry like 4 times. How many times did you fire her? You fired her like in the season 1, like season 5, season 7. Omarosa like just kept coming back for more. You just kept, and then she was in the White House. Then Omarosa was in the White House, and you fired her again. You fired Omarosa when she was in the White House. You're token. You're only woman of. So, anyways, yeah, I think Elon Musk though would be pretty funny to host The Apprentice. Let's go back to comments. You know what would be a good idea? I went to marketing college. I went to marketing college, and believe me, when you go to marketing college, they're always teaching you to come up with new ideas for TV shows, come up with new ideas for products, right? That's what they teach you in marketing and advertising college, and also how to rip people off with selling products to them that they don't need. But I'm a good marketer. I am a good marketer and advertiser. I would never sell people stuff they don't need. I wouldn't sell ice to an Eskimo. I wouldn't sell ice to an Eskimo. Those Eskimos, like, they'll beat you up. If you try selling ice to an Eskimo, the Eskimos will beat you up. Anyways, so I came up with a great idea for a TV show because Donald Trump, oh, here's The Apprentice, came up. Okay, well, Mr. Donald Trump, I love science. I love science and I love mathematics. In fact, other than astronomy, because Planet Saturn Club, I love the Planet Saturn Club, I love astronomy. I'm obsessed with astronomy. I'm obsessed with astronomy. I'm obsessed with astronomy, Planet Saturn Club. And you know what, Mr. Donald Trump? You know what else I'm obsessed with? Neuroscience. Neuroscience, the brain is fascinating. Like, the brain has all of these moving parts, and the brain has all of these functions and relations and connections. The brain and the brain is fascinating. And You know what, Mr. Donald Trump? Remember, this is when I got the idea, by the way. Remember, Mr. Donald Trump, when you said that you wanted to see Obama's package? I mean, sorry, I wanted, no, no. Donald Trump, remember when you said you wanted to see Obama's birth certificate? Remember that? Remember, Mr. Donald Trump, when you said you wanted to see Obama's birth certificate? Well, hey, Mr. Donald Trump, you know what I want to see? I want to see a brain scan. I want to see a scan of your brain. That's right, I'm an aspiring neuroscientist. Okay? Well, I only took 3 courses. I dropped out. It was too hard. Neuroscience is hard. But anyways, I love astronomy. I love planet Saturn. I love astronomy. I'm a big astronomer, but I also love neuroscience. I wish I could be a neuroscientist. It's hard though. And you know what, Donald Trump? You know what the world needs to see? Donald Trump, since we want to see Obama's birth certificate so badly, you know what we want to see other than Obama's, you know what anyways, Obama wasn't like that good looking. Honestly, if Obama was on the street and he wasn't president, he wouldn't be like he'd be a nobody if Donald Trump was if Obama wasn't president. So all of these women that love Obama, sure, he was good looking because he was president. Being president makes you 10 times more good looking. I'm sure the French president, like, he could just get any woman he wants, which is really weird too, because if you're the president of France, you could get any woman you want if you're the president of France. You just go up to French women and tell them, hey, I'm bonjour, enchanté, enchanté, Marie. I'm the president of France. I am the French president, enchanté. The women's panties will just like, if you go into France and you just help it. So why is the French president married to like a mop? Why is the French president married to a mop when he could be like married to like a French supermodel? France is raining supermodels. Okay. It's not like Italy and Germany where the women don't shave their armpits. Like France is raining supermodels. So why couldn't the French president find like a beautiful French supermodel to be his wife? Nothing, this world doesn't make sense. But you know what would make sense? If we got to see a scan of Donald Trump's brain, celebrity brain scan, it would make a great TV show. It would make an amazing reality show. Celebrity brain scan, presidential brain scan, politician brain scan. We get to see brain scans of all of the politicians. If a politician wants me to vote for him, I want to see a scan of his brain. What if he has a tumor? What if he has like weird parts in his brain? What if there's like weird, freaky stuff going on in his brain? What if there's weird, freaky stuff going on in a brain of a politician? So if a politician wants us to vote for them, I want to see a scan of their brain first. Celebrity, politician, brain scan. Heck, if Donald Trump says he wants to see Obama's birth certificate, well, hey, Donald Trump, then we want to see a scan of your brain and all of your brains. I want to see Obama's brain too. I want to see Obama's everything, actually. But I want to see Obama's brain. I want to see a brain scan of Obama too. I want to see all that. And I want to see if Obama really does have a... Anyways, I want to see a brain scan. I want to see how big Obama's brain is too. I want to see how big Trump's brain is. I want to see how big Obama's brain is. I want to see the brains. Okay. This would be great for neuroscientists. This would be wonders for the neuroscience. Neuroscientists around the world would love to see a show like this, a reality show where we get to see the brain scans of politicians and celebrities and businessmen and presidents. Heck, I'm even sure the North Koreans, actually, I know for sure the North Koreans would love to see a scan of the president of America's brain. Well, I especially know the North Koreans. I know for sure. I mean, I met with the North Koreans a few times. Basically, the North Koreans are actually really nice. But anyways, I know for sure that the North Koreans especially would love to see a scan of the American president's brain. Celebrity brain scan, presidential brain scan, whatever you want to call it. We need a reality show where we finally get to see once and for all whether or not Obama and Trump and Joe Biden, what they're really packing. Wait a minute. I don't think I use pack. Anyways, they're packing something. Okay. And you know, Elon Musk, he's packing a lot. He's packing like ketamine, and Elon Musk is packing. Elon Musk definitely packing. Anyways, and I want to, yeah, we need to see Elon Musk's brain too. Elon Musk going up. What if he's giving the Nazi salute? What if Elon Musk is doing that whole thing with his hands? What if that's a brain issue? What if that's like some sort of spasm or something? We got to see a scan of Elon Musk's brain. We gotta see a scan of Trump's brain. We gotta see a scan of all their brains. Celebrity brain scan. So you watch. It'll be a good show. It'll be more popular than The Apprentice. Oh, believe me, there's all of these countries that want to see a scan of the American president's brain. The president of the United States of America, we get to see a scan of his brain. Of course, North Korea and Russia and Germany and China and sometimes Canada, who are, of course, all these countries would love to see a scan of the president of America's brain. Celebrity brain scan. That would be a great TV show. See, I don't know why marketing college, all of my marketing teachers said, oh, you're not going to be successful. No one's ever going to like you. No one's ever going to love you. Elon Musk is going to put you on his hit list. Why did all of my marketing college teachers always say, look, I come up with great ideas. I should have got, well, I did. I was on the honor roll in marketing college. But anyways, I should have got some job at like Coca-Cola or something or Pepsi. I should have got a job at Coca-Cola or Pepsi. I would have been great marketing for Pepsi. Okay, I had a great idea too. So, when you're watching like those videos, you know which videos I'm talking about, right? So basically, anyways, when you're watching HBO, let's just call it HBO. Well, actually that's what I'm talking about, HBO. Okay, when you're watching that really racy network HBO? Well, what if the next time Samantha from Sex and the City, what if the next time Samantha from SATC, what if Samantha and Carrie and Charlotte, the next time they're getting busy, why don't they drink a Pepsi, right? Wouldn't that be a great promotion for Pepsi? Those four, whatchamacallits, those four witches. Imagine if those four witches on Sex and the City, well, they're not witches anymore. Well, no, Sarah Michelle Gellar? No, Sarah Jessica Parker. She played a witch in Hocus Pocus. She was a witch for real, so no one be calling, oh, why are you calling her a witch? No, she played a witch in a movie for real. She was in Hocus Pocus. Hocus Pocus 1, Hocus Pocus 2, Hocus Pocus all, Hocus Pocus them, Hocus Pocus everyone. Sarah Michelle Gellar, sorry, not Buffy Vampire. Sarah's Jessica. They're all named Sarah. Why are they all named Sarah? Sarah Jessica Parker. Why not? The next time she's getting down and dirty with Mr. Big, the next time, and wait, was he Mr. Big? Well, he liked Big Macs. Anyways, the next time that Sarah Jessica Parker is getting down and dirty with Mr. Big or Aiden or those other guys on Sex and the City, why not then they drink a Pepsi? It could be like the new cigarette, right? After a night with Mr. Big, instead of like smoking a cigarette, because she's always that show Sex in the City, they love to promote anyways. Why not have a Pepsi instead, right? After a long night in the sack, after a long passionate night with your husband, after a long passionate night with your husband, instead of smoking a cigarette in bed, why not have a Pepsi, right? Wouldn't that be great promotion for Pepsi? I think so, Okay, the Pepsi stuff was a joke, but anyways. The witch stuff was no, actually, they were witches for real. In the movie, they were witches. That was a joke, anyways. I don't actually think they're witches. I know real witches, okay? I know real witches. Who's this person came in, said they're witches because one of them played as a witch in a fictional film? No, I said they were witches in the movie. I'm not saying that I think that these people are real witches. I said they played witches in a movie. When I was young, I watched Hocus Pocus, and that was the first time that I saw Sarah Jessica Parker, right? When I was young, the first time I saw Sarah Jessica Parker was when she played a witch in Hocus Pocus. So when I was growing up, I always associated Sarah Jessica Parker with the witch role, right? As a witch, right? It's kind of like, Angelina Jolie. Angelina Jolie, when you see Angelina Jolie, you think of Tomb Raider, right? Angelina Jolie, she was famous for Tomb Raider, the movie Tomb Raider. When you see Harrison Ford, you think about Indiana Jones, right? Harrison Ford is famous for Indiana Jones, right? When you see Charlie Sheen, you think about cocaine. Charlie Sheen was famous for cocaine. So all of these celebrities are famous for things. Oh, Tiger Blood. Right, Charlie Sheen. Charlie Sheen was famous for Tiger Blood. That's right. Anyways, my point is that would have been great. Why not Pepsi Pepsi should have gone on that whole Britney Spears, sleeps with every guy kind of train thing. Pepsi, actually they did. Pepsi did a whole commercial with Britney Spears. Yeah, Pepsi was the most promiscuous soda. Pepsi was the most promiscuous Coca-Cola. Pepsi was promiscuous. Okay, from all of the sodas, from all of the sparkling beverages, from all of the carbonated drinks, Pepsi was the most promiscuous. Pepsi was extremely promiscuous, especially when they had Britney Spears as a sponsor. Britney Spears, every one of her songs, like, you know, did you watch Britney Spears music videos? Those were gross. Okay, if you want to talk about someone that sleeps around, Britney Spears, she gets around. Anyways, then people could look at me and they're like, "Oh, you're a homosexual. Do you sleep with a bunch of guys because you're a homosexual?" No, I'm a virgin. I'm a virgin. You think people want to sleep with me? I am a virgin. I am almost a 40-year-old virgin. I am very close to being a 40-year-old virgin. I'm just a few years away. I am a virgin, okay? Do you think someone actually wanted to sleep with me? Nobody ever wanted to sleep with me. No. I am a virgin. So don't be going around saying that, oh, homosexuals, they're promiscuous and they sleep around with a bunch of guys. No, not all homosexuals, okay? I'm up here talking about like you no, I'm up here talking about planet Saturn, and I talk about science and mathematics, and I'm constantly like, I do mathematics for fun. You think someone wants to sleep with a guy who does mathematics for fun, who does long division in his head for fun? I do calculus and long division. I do math and science. I do chi-squares. I do the geometric sequences in my head. I do the Fibonacci sequence. I do chi-square. I do parabolas, and I do calculus, multivariable calculus. I do algebra and trigonometry. I do all this stuff for fun. I love doing mathematics for fun. Everyone, when I was growing up, they always called me a nerd. They called me a science nerd. They called me a math geek. Everyone always made fun of me because I go always into mathematics and science. Everyone always made fun of me. So no, I'm a science nerd. No one has ever wanted to sleep with me. I am a virgin. I am a virgin. So all these people who start going around and saying, "Oh, homosexuals, oh, they always want to," like, no, 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 no. Don't assume anything. Don't assume anything about me. I don't like when people assume things about me. It's not fair. Especially look at my name, Planet Saturn Club. Clearly, I'm into astronomy. Okay. No one, no, I am, and I have no problem admitting that I'm ugly. People used to call me ugly too. They called me science nerd. They called me ugly. They called me mathematics geek or whatever. Oh, are you in the mathletes? Are you part of the math club? Yeah. Yeah, I'm part of the math club. So what? Oh, you like science? Oh, are you like, do you like Jupiter? I'm like, yeah. Anyways, people are getting Jupiter and Jupiter every day. Every day, these Americans and Canadians and Russians, heck, the Russians used to be such an intelligent civilization, the Russians. No, no, they were always alcoholic. The China. Sorry, I confused the Russians with the Chinese just because, the Russians are alcoholics. Anyways, not all the Russians are alcoholics, but they do like to drink. Actually, when I was in Russia, so I have a crush on Putin. I have Putin, Vladimir Putin. I don't have like a homosexual crush on Putin. I just have like if I could have the opportunity to like hug Putin and like never let go, right? But it's not like a homosexual crush or anything. Anyways, so basically, I would just do anything for Putin, but I'm not like a traitor. I'm definitely not an American traitor because I'm Canadian and I have no allegiance to America. I have no allegiance. Canadians, we have no allegiance to the United States of America. We don't wake up every day singing the American national anthem. We sing the Canadian national anthem. We don't wave the American flag. We wave the Canadian flag. In fact, there are a lot of Canadians. Sorry, there are a lot of Canadians that will burn the American flag. Canadians do not wave the American flag. Canadians do not sing the American national anthem. We have never ever gone in public, and Canadians, you do not see Canadians in colleges or anywhere sing the American national anthem. In fact, if you're in Canada, you better not wave the American flag because Canadians don't like that. Canadians want to see the Canadian flag. Canadians want to see the Canadian flag. They want to hear the Canadian national anthem. We don't play the American national anthem. We don't pledge allegiance to the American flag of the United States. Canadians have no loyalty to the United States, well, and whatsoever. So Canadians cannot betray the United States. Canadians cannot be traitors to the United States of America because Canadians, we're raised to be Canadian. We do Canadian things. We sing Canadian songs. Okay, we do Canadian stuff. Okay, we're like shoveling snow and anyways, we go to Tim Hortons. Canadians, we do Canadian stuff. We don't even have football. Like we have football, but it's like no one plays football really in Canada. Everyone has hockey. Canada now hockey. Hockey's a sport. And Canadians love hockey. Most Canadians don't like football. A lot of Canadians don't like football. They never play football. A lot of Canadians think hockey is the best sport. They think football is kind of. So Canadians, we got our own culture, we got our own sports, we got hockey, we got beer, we have our own Canadian culture. We're not loyal. We're not expected to be loyal to Americans. No one ever told us that. No one ever told us in college or in school, oh, hey, Canadians, you gotta be loyal to the United States. No one ever told us that. Our Canadian teachers were celebrating on 9/11, for X's sakes. On 9/11, when Americans, anyways, I remember my Canadian teacher, they broke out the champagne on 9/11. Those racist Americans. Those racist Americans. Oh, those racist Americans. That was like one of my teachers on 9/11. She's like, those racist Americans. And then she's breaking out the champagne. Then she's offering apple juice to like. So yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like Canadians, we have no loyalty to the United States. So we cannot be traitors. You cannot accuse a Canadian of being a traitor when we had no loyalty or pledge allegiance to the United States to begin with. That's why Canadians, we are free. We are free to go to Russia. We're free to go to China. We even got some North Koreans on the back. Canadians, we're free to we can meet with the aliens from outer space if we want to. Canadians, we are free enterprise. We're free market. Canadians are expected to be loyal to Canada, and then we can have friends. There's nothing wrong with having friends, okay? In fact, I would have to let you know that the North Koreans are very nice people, by the way. The North Koreans and the Russians and the Chinese, the Cubans, and even sometimes the Germans. Although we never fully trust the Germans because. But even sometimes the Germans are really nice. So I'll have you know that Canadians, we're friends with almost everybody, okay? In fact, Canada, everyone loves Canada. All of these countries love Canada. North Korea loves Canada. Germany loves Canada. Russia loves Canada. China loves Canada. The only country, actually, now that I think about it, the only country that Canada has ever had a war with was the United States. And the only country that Canada actually is not friends with is, well, anyways, we love everybody. Canada, we love even those racist Americans. Canada, we love everybody. Canadians, we are friends with everyone, okay? Canadians, we're friends with everyone. We're friends with Germany, Russia, China, Japan, Mexico, Iran, California. Canada, we're friends with everybody, okay? All of America's enemies. Canada is friends with all of America's enemies. Russia, China, Japan, California, Mexico, Cuba, Venezuela, aliens from outer space. Canada is friends with all of America's enemies, okay? Okay, let's go to the comments. Cryptic Bun came in and said, remember in the early 2000s where saying I would do anything for Putin would get you thrown out? Not of Russia. It won't get you thrown out of Russia. If you go to Russia and you say you'll do anything for Putin, they love you in Russia. Putin loves me too, because, Putin is just so, he's masculine. He's intelligent. He's not really tall. Did you see pictures of Putin? He's not really tall. I like tall guys, to be honest. Like, Putin is short. I didn't realize how short he was. When I was growing up, Putin, when I was young, obviously Putin was taller than me when I was young. But then when I fully grown, I'm like really tall. I'm a really tall guy. So, Putin, when I looked at pictures closely of a Putin, he's actually really short. He's shorter than the Chinese president, Putin. I didn't know that. So I actually prefer tall guys. But anyways, Putin is really smart. He's really intelligent. and he has like when he talks Putin, he talks like a Dracula. You know Dracula, like I'm going to suck your blood, like you know Dracula. Putin, did you ever listen to Putin speak English? But like not just two words, like don't just listen to one sentence. Like, okay, there's a video, it's on YouTube. I watched it a few years ago. There's a video where Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, he wanted he wanted to host, Russia wanted to host some 98, it was like some 98 Expo or something, or 2013. It was either 98 or 2013. Anyways, it was some expo, it was some world expo. Russia wanted to host the next world expo of something. Some world expo, Russia wanted to host it. So Putin made a video in English. And it was not just one sentence, it was a whole speech. It was a speech in English. It was a whole speech in English where Putin was like, Russia would really like to, Russia would love to host the next expo. The Russian people are very nice, and the Russian people would love to host the next expo. If you come to Russia and we have the next World Expo in Russia, the Russian people will be very happy. Russia. So, you know, he sounds like Dracula. So Putin, he sounds like Dracula. He's really, you know, he's really smart and intelligent. And he's white. Anyways, Putin, he's really smart, he's really intelligent, he's really funny, he sounds like Dracula. And I speak fluent Russian. I studied the Russian language for years. Well, I studied a lot of Russians, if you know what I mean. Anyways, I studied the Russian. I'm a virgin. I'm just joking. Anyways, I watched a lot of Russian movies. Not those kind of. Anyways, I watched a lot of Russian movies. That's what I meant when I said I studied the Russians. I studied the Russians. I speak fluent Russian. I watched the Russian movies. Okay, I can speak the Russian. Oh, once again, Italian. That sounds Italian. No, no, I can speak the Russian. No, no. How can I? I can speak the Russian. Anyways, so I can, no, for real, I can speak Russian for real. Like, приятно познакомиться, меня зовут, whatever, not gonna say my name. Приятно познакомиться, подпишитесь, пожалуйста, добро пожаловать на мой канал, пожалуйста, подпишитесь на мой канал. И, пожалуйста, я хочу сказать, что, пожалуйста, не забудь, дайте лайк мой канал, и дайте мне лайк, да, пожалуйста. Попросить в описании есть большая информация в описании. Пожалуйста, поставить свой комментарий. So anyways, I can speak fluent Russian. My Russian didn't sound so good now because I just was switching from English to Russian, but it's usually my Russian's much better. I do full videos in Russian. I can read Russian, I can write Russian, I speak fluent Russian. So basically, yeah, that's Canada, you know? Whenever Canada finds an enemy that's too big and powerful for Canada, what does Canada do? Bend over. That's worked for us before, it'll work for us again. That's like typically what Canadians will do, okay? Whoever has the biggest guns, whichever country has the biggest weapons, and Russian and Putin and Russia and China, they got like the biggest weapons. I don't mean like in their pants. Obviously, the Chinese president. I mean, they call him a little dictator for a reason. they call the Chinese president a little dictator for a reason. The Chinese president, they call him a little dictator. But anyways, I don't mean like weapons like in their pants. I mean, China, they got mad weapons. China and Russia, oh my God, they got like weapons galore right now. When Canadian spies, when we saw those weapons in China and Russia, Americans, we don't know them. Americans who? Who are those Americans? We don't know those Americans. We're Canadian and we have nothing to do with those Americans. We do not know those Americans at all. Americans? What Americans? So yeah, when Canadian spies, when we went to Russia and China, and when we saw those weapons for ourselves, we're like, oh, now's the time to switch sides. Hey, can I have some more chai? Пожалуйста, наливай мне больше чай, пожалуйста. Мне нравится это печенье. Пожалуйста, я голоден, я так голоден, я так голодна, я так голоден, я хочу есть больше печенья и пить больше чай, пожалуйста, наливай больше чай, пожалуйста, спасибо, с молоком, чай с молоком, пожалуйста, подпишите, пожалуйста, наливай больше чай с молоком, пожалуйста, мне нравится чай, мне нравится смотреть кино. Anyways, so I can speak fluent Russian. And yeah, Canadians right now, we are on Team Russia, we're on Team China. Because why wouldn't we be? Okay, Canada, Canadians, what our whole purpose is, we are meant to do what's ever best for Canada. Canada has to do what's best for Canada. So if that means Canadians gotta let those Russians and Chinese kick your American butts, that's what they gotta do, okay? Because Canadians, we are looking out for ourselves. Just like you Americans, you always say, God bless America. You Americans say, God bless America. What about Canada? You completely forgot about Canada. See, this whole thing's your fault. This whole thing is your Americans' fault. Because ever since that you Americans and your American presidents, every time your American president gives a speech, what do they say? They say, God bless the USA. God bless America. Oh, well, I guess you just forgot about us. Why not say God bless Canada too? Why not say God bless USA and Canada? Why not say God bless everyone? So clearly, you Americans, you forgot about Canada. I guess we're not your allies anymore. So this is your fault. This whole thing with Canadians betraying you to Russia and China. This whole thing is your Americans' fault. Really, it is because you know, you Americans, when we Canadians, we're watching all this American television, we're watching HBO, we're watching Sex in the City. When Canadians are watching all of these American TV shows, which by the way, Kim Cattrall's actually Canadian, by the way. When Canadians are watching all of these American TV shows, the next thing you know, we watch some sort of president's speech, the American president's speech. We watch the United States of America president's speech. What does he say? God bless the USA. God bless America. Hello, did you forget about Canada? Did you forget about us up here? We're freezing up here. We're freezing up here in Canada. Okay? We're cold and hungry, and we got like creepy Russians like sleeping with us in the bed with us. Like, it's cold up here in Canada. Did you just forget about us? Did you Americans? You're always self-centered. Oh, you're from Canada. You're from Canada. Oh, why do you have to have an opinion on the war? Because you're dragging our Canadian soldiers into war with you. Yeah, if Americans are going to drag Canadian soldiers into war with them, of course Canadians are going to have an opinion on whatever war America's starting. America loves to start wars, okay? Is constantly in a war. America loves to start wars. Well, Canada, we don't want to just go to war with everyone because Americans want to, okay? So, yeah, of course, Canada, you Americans, this is your fault. You shouldn't have ignored Canada and been like, "Oh, God bless the USA." You should have been said, "God bless everyone." Okay, even the Germans who we'll never fully trust. God bless everyone. God bless China. God bless Russia. God bless the USA. God bless Canada. God bless everyone. Even the aliens from outer space, which you deny exist. God bless everyone. Even the Japanese, who we'll never fully trust. God bless everyone. You Americans should have said, God bless everyone, not just God bless the USA. God bless everyone, including those sneaky Canadians who are always, switching sides at the last minute. Anyways, God bless everyone.